Good morning, everybody, and welcome to today's meeting of the State Building Standards Commission. I'm Nick Maduris, the Secretary of Government Operations and the Chair of the Commission. I'm calling this meeting to order. I don't have a little gavel, but it is, 9 a.m.? 10 a.m. on May 6th, 2026. Ms. Maeda, can you please call the roll?
Secretary Nick Maduris,
Present.
Commissioner Patel, Commissioner Sasaki, absent. Commissioner Santillan, Commissioner Santillan,
We can come back then.
yeah, we'll come back. Commissioner Ramirez,
Present.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Present.
Commissioner Rambin,
Here.
Commissioner Haskin,
Here.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Present.
Commissioner Chung, absent, and Commissioner Assesson, absent.
Do you want to go?
Commissioner Santillan, is absent.
I'm here. Good morning.
Oh, there you go. Thank you, Commissioner.
So sorry.
So we do have a
Quorum.
So we do have a quorum. All right. Thank you for making sure of that. At this time, we'd like to remind the commissioners participating remotely to disclose whether any other individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room at their remote locations and the general nature of the members' relationship with any such individuals pursuant to Senate Bill 470. Seeing nothing. If we could all rise, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Mr. Day, will you please read the meeting instructions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Day. I'm Deputy Executive Director with the California Building Standards Commission. And first of all, I wanted to give a thanks to Leslie and all the folks that helped us use this room today with the California Cradle to Career Data System Office. We really appreciate all their help, so thank you. Pursuant to SB 470, effective January 1st, 2026, this meeting has a physical location where the majority of the commissioners are present. The public is able to present in person and also has the ability to participate via Zoom. As a reminder, commissioners participating remotely must always remain on camera. If at any time a commissioner needs to turn their camera off for bandwidth or other issues, please notify the chair. Today's meeting can be viewed on the CBSC YouTube channel linked on the meeting agenda. I would like to remind the YouTube viewers there is an approximate 45-second delay. Before reading the meeting instructions, I'd like to share some housekeeping items. In the event of an emergency, please look for the doors with exit signs in the back of the building here and exit through the glass doors at the front of the building. Restrooms are located outside the door that we came in. If you hang a left and then an immediate right and then go down the hall left again, you'll see the restrooms on the opposite side of the lobby. No code is required for the restrooms. Also in this room, there are trash and recycling containers. They're kind of tucked in that little exit alcove back there. CBSC meetings operate under the requirements of the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act set forth in Government Code Section 11120 through 11133. This commission meeting has been scheduled for one day. In the event the commission completes the agenda items prior to 5 o'clock p.m., the commission will adjourn the meeting early. We will likely break for lunch around noon or so as needed. The public may provide comments by calling in on the Zoom teleconference number provided on the meeting agenda or by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. For members of the public attending in person, please complete a request to address the commission form if you wish to comment on a specific agenda item. The form is buff in color and is available at the table located near the meeting entrance. Please turn the completed form in to me or another CBSC staff member. Instructions are provided on CBSC's webpage. If you have difficulty with the technology, please call CBSC's main line at area code 916-263-0916. I will now read the public comment and Zoom instructions. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for the commission chair to ask for any comments from the public. The chair will first go to the members of the public in the auditorium that have submitted speaker cards. The chair will then call on members of the public participating on Zoom that have raised their hands. For those calling in on a phone using *9 or use *9 to raise or lower your hand and use *6 to mute and unmute yourself. In Zoom, we will recognize hands raised and turn on your ability to speak. If you like, you may announce your name and who you are representing before making your comment. Please mute yourself when done commenting and keep in mind the 4-minute time limit for each individual speaker. The chair will continue through the call queue until there are no comments remaining. The commission will then proceed to the next agenda item. If possible, please call from a telephone, not using a speakerphone, and log into virtual meetings with one device only. This enhances the commission's ability to hear your comments clearly. Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Kevin. All right, agenda item 2 is comments from the public on issues not on this agenda. Comments regarding items not on the agenda may be briefly discussed, but no action may be taken by the commission. At this time, I would like to remind the public who wish to speak on item 2 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you would like, you may announce your name and who you're representing before making your comments. Any members of the public in the room that have submitted speaker cards or wish to speak? Are there any members in the room? Anyone in the room? No?
No comment cards.
Okay. All right. Anybody online? Okay.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Judy Schweitzer with Schweitzer and Associates. I used to be a Cal Green Code Advisory Committee member for about 12 years. I'm a subject matter expert on the code and get into a lot of details. I've noticed some typos and some inconsistencies that I was hoping to have a memo to all of you pointing out those specifics. I didn't get a chance to do that before this hearing, but I'd like the opportunity to provide that. I think some of them are mistakes, like stormwater, and this is in the BSC section. Over 1 acre and under 1 acre are both listed, and obviously if a project is over or under 1 acre, it's only one of those. Also, renewable energy is shown as reserved in the code, but it is included in the Cal Green Tier 2 checklist, as it always has been, as an elective for Tier 2 and Tier 1. Those are just a couple examples.
Thank you for raising these issues, and we would welcome your, if you'd like to submit those in writing to the commission, we would welcome the help.
Would be happy to.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Anyone else online?
There are no other hands raised.
Anyone on the phone?
Phone callers should be able to raise their hands, and I do not see any more hands.
All right. Thank you. That concludes item 2. Thank you. for your comments. Next on the agenda is item 3, review and approval of meeting minutes. Commissioners, are there any comments regarding the January 14, 2026 meeting minutes that were provided?
I have a comment. My last name is misspelled, and the commissioner's present.
Ooh,
Thanks.
we can fix that. Any other comments? All right, at this point, do we have a motion for a corrected version of the minutes? Anybody?
I move to approve the corrected minutes. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Haskins, second.
All right, it's moved and seconded that the January minutes be accepted as corrected. Any further discussion regarding this? Hearing none, Ms. Maida.
Commissioner Haskin,
Yes. Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
I was not present, so I'm going to abstain.
Commissioner Klossbachner,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel. Sorry, absent. Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
in favor, all in favor.
All in favor, the minutes are approved. Next on the agenda is item 4A, Commission Business. Stoyan, if you could update us.
We have one item in part of the commission business, and it's a very important one. After 21 years of state service, our office manager, Cynthia Biederman, decided to retire, and I'm still wondering why she's so young. I don't know why she wants to retire, but she's a two-time commission employee who worked here from 2009 to 2017. And then she realized how good we are, and she came back in 2023. So this shows her love for the commission. But this is not the only important part for her. So while learning how to work with her, because as you know, I'm still new after 2 years, but I was. So I was learning how to work with her, and I also learned that she's not only been all over North America, but she lived in the UK, which is not easy, I know, by personally, you. She has a background in the music industry. She met stars such as one of my favorite rock bands, Iron Maiden, and she has a degree in professional services, organizational leadership, which is amazing. And so many of you know me and Cynthia, and you know it's easy to understand that we're not the same breed. I'm the go push guy who drives Cynthia crazy, or used to, and she's the warm and mellow person that shines in every interaction, which could drive a go guy crazy. However, I later realized that the go strategy doesn't necessarily gives you a good result. So Cynthia, so you may not know, but I learned a lot from you. And so one of Cynthia's biggest accomplishment was the office remodel, which included new for the commission staff workstations, and the redesign, development, and coming soon, I hope, occupancy of a new high-tech conference room. I hope it will be as good as this one. This was done at a lower expense to the state because Cynthia salvaged the workstations, chairs, and other furniture, including 2 bicycles for the commission staff from other state agencies that were moving and leaving the stuff behind. As a passionate garage sale treasure hunter, this was the ultimate find for her. And as a dedicated state employee, we were able to refresh with her help the office at a much reduced cost. The project didn't come without its challenges and thinking about the challenges. And I told you that I was learning a lot from her, but what's my experience with all this? So when Cynthia works on projects, she's like a stone. So she sits on the projects, she sits on the ground and doesn't move or let go until the project is successfully completed. So I don't recommend anybody to try moving her from there. She's very passionate and you know, she gets the job done. Unfortunately, we got some issues with the conference room, but it's not because of her. So I hope she didn't decide to retire because of the conference room. We'll get it done and we'll name it on your name. So we have this recognition, this nice thing that Pam put together. So we want to give you this as the recognition for your submit.
Thank you so much.
I didn't have mention of Iron Maiden on my CSBC bingo card for today, so. I didn't get one of those.
Mr. Chair, if I may, this is Kevin with Building Standards Commission. Just to add to Stoyan's comments, I first started working with Building Standards Commission and Cynthia in 2010, and just can't thank her enough for all her contributions and her friendship. So thank you so much, Cynthia. We're going to miss you.
Thank you and congratulations on your retirement. I will be joining you in like 47 years. I just checked with.
No, that was the only
That's
update
it?
that we had
Oh,
on the,
okay.
yeah.
What,
So we're on 4B, commissioner
oh,
reappointments.
commission. Oh, this is me. Agenda item 4B. I'm. Like local fire official seat. Commissioner Olivia May Asuncion is a project architect with Quattrochi Quack Architects since 2021. She's a member of the U.S. Access Board and the California Commission on Disability Access with over 15 years dedicated to advocating for inclusive design as a licensed architect. She fills the public member persons with physical disabilities seat. So congratulations to both of them. The California Building Standards Commission currently has two internal committees, the Code Adoption Committee and the Appeals Committee. We do have two vacant positions, one on each committee. The plan was to allow the new commissioners to join a committee. However, the new commissioners are not attending this meeting. So if it's okay with the rest of the commission, I'm proposing that we table agenda items 4C and 4D for the next commission meeting in July to allow these two new commissioners a bit more time for onboarding so that we can figure out the committee structure. Any concerns with that? Great. All right, agenda item 4E, new procedures related to future code adoption cycles. I don't know, Stoyan, do you want to?
Thank you. So during the commission meeting in January, the last commission meeting, the commissioners agreed to discuss the intervening proposals submitted for the 45-day public comment period during the next commission meeting, which is today. It was also suggested that the additional meeting becomes standard practice to streamline the approval process. Under agenda item 6, which was for future agenda items from the January commission meeting, the commission approved a motion to include the commission process discussion to have an additional permanent meeting for the commissioners to review proposals during the 45-day public comment period. So this is what we will be discussing now. Again, that's a new meeting. In the past, we didn't have commission meeting to discuss the 45-day proposal. So we decided to do it because of AB 130. I'm sure we'll get to it a little later. And the commissioners anonymously approved that they will have this discussion today, but they want to do the same process for the upcoming rulemaking cycle. So now is the time for discussion, and we will need to vote for this agenda item.
Commissioner Haskin, a quick question. So I see on the agenda also agenda item 6A, procedures and general discussion. Are these the same thing or is that something separate?
Agenda item 6 is for the intervening code adoption cycle now. And this agenda item 4E is if you want to keep the same meeting for the 45 days for the future code adoption cycles. So they are different.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I've already spoken in the previous meeting. I've spoken in favor of this. I'm had time to think about this. It seems like a great improvement to the process, so I'm all for it.
Right, thank you for that. At this time, we will now take comments from members of the public on item 4E. If anyone would like to comment, please put yourself in the queue now using the raised hand feature on Zoom, or listen for us to ask for comments by phone. And we'll start here in the audience. Does anyone in the audience have a comment on item 4E? All right. Do we have anybody online?
Yes, we do. Bob Raymer, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. This is Bob Raymer representing the Industry Coalition. And I think this is a wonderful addition to the process. During especially the triennial, but even during the intervening cycle, the commissioners can be sort of confronted with a massive book of code changes. This allows an opportunity to discuss and get more familiar with these changes prior to the adoption hearing. So we strongly support this. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Anyone else online?
Yes, Dara.
Hi, this is Dara Shear from Disability Rights California. Point of clarification. The agenda said that you will not vote or make decisions on the pending proposals during these meetings. It is just to consider and understand them better. Do I understand correctly the intent of the meetings?
There will be any vote on the 45-day proposals that the commissioners will be discussing today. That's a different agenda item.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that there won't be decisions made, just discussion. Thank you.
No, this is specific for future rulemaking, so it's not related to today's again 45-day submittals.
I know my question is the intent of these meetings in the future just for discussion as opposed to
Yes.
make decisions? Thank you.
Any other?
There are no other hands raised and no one on the phone.
Have
I would like
received
to
any-
mention that I'm getting comments from people who are listening outside of the room. And some of you need to talk a lot closer to your microphone so that we can hear it
Okay.
in the room and so that it transmits over the internet to people watching on Zoom and on YouTube.
Yeah, I think I had.
So you have to almost like eat it, sorry. So just get really
Thank you for those
close.
comments, and I apologize. Have we received any written comments?
Not on this agenda item, Mr. Chair.
All right.
I have a question.
Yes.
Should we wait to see how this meeting goes before we vote on any future ones, or should we just go ahead and,
We can always change it again if we need to, but.
okay, thank you.
All right, that concludes the public comment portion. I'll then turn item 4E back over to the commissioners. Any discussion from the commission?
Just briefly, Commissioner Ramirez, I like this. I think not only it provides us with opportunities, but the public as well. I like it from that perspective. It gives the public an extra opportunity to weigh in.
Anyone else here? All right, we'd now entertain a motion.
This is Commissioner Haskin. And before I propose a motion, I think it's worth reiterating so that everyone's understands what we're making a motion on. The idea is that we meet as a commission to discuss only for discussion, not for action. Within the, towards the end of the 45-day, comment period, all of the 45-day comment period proposals. And again, not to take any action on those proposals. And this would be going forward just a procedural change internally. So if we're all on the same page, then I move that we make that change.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt. Sorry. Chair, there is a hand raised from a state agency in the panelists. If you'd like to recognize that, it came up after.
Sure.
Go ahead, Mitchell.
Thank you. Appreciate it, commissioners and everyone in the room. Just a quick point of clarification. Can someone on the commission please describe the expectations from state agencies in this effort, this new effort, both today and for future cycles? What would be the expectation for state agencies?
The expectation is that the commissioners will meet and have the opportunity to discuss the 45-day proposals. There is, again, we'll repeat it for I don't know how many times, but there will be no vote, so the agencies here will be able to listen the comments, and if the commissioners have questions, they can ask their questions before the last commission meeting. So what we have now, we have the last commission meeting where the commissioners need to approve, disapprove, further study the agency proposals. Sometimes they find errors and there is no time to suggest further study, longer term further study. So the 45 days, if they have comments, if they can raise concerns, so the agencies will be able to fix the issues if they wish to. So it's just another opportunity at the public meeting for the commissioners to evaluate the proposals.
That's helpful. One follow-up question is the expectation for state agencies to present packages during this meeting similar to a code advisory committee meeting or commission meeting? Or is that review done in advance and then state agencies are just responding to questions?
There is no expectation for the state agencies to make any presentation. We just want the state agencies to be around. So if there are questions, so they may be able to answer the questions. The second important part here is that this meeting, the agencies don't need to respond in writing. They don't need to add the questions or the comments to their final statement of reasons.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
If I may, just piggybacking on that, we were provided with the comments that I assume were received during the committee meetings, and we'll continue to that to happen, right? And that comes through the agency, through our commission staff?
Yes, this is Kevin with CBSC. That's correct. So in advance of a commission meeting like this one, if we receive any comments in writing pertaining to the agency submittals that the commissioners could then ask questions, we would provide those to you in advance, assuming we got them in enough time to prepare them before the commission meeting, just like we did today.
All right. We have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Commissioner Ramirez, second.
A motion, a second. Ms. Maeda, would you like to, or any discussion? Ms. Maeda, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Aye.
All in favor.
All votes were in favor. The motion is approved. We'll turn now to agenda item 5. The Office of State Fire Marshal readoption of an emergency building standard pursuant to Government Code Section 11346.1H, 2025 California Wildland Urban Interface Code, California Code of Regulations, Title 24, Part 7. Kevin, do you want to provide a little background on this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, Kevin Day, Building Standards Commission. Just wanted to provide a little background. It's been a while since the commission has heard an emergency regulation and done an emergency readoption. So just a refresher for everybody. Pursuant to Government Code Section 11346.1H, the commission may approve not more than 2 readoptions of an emergency, each for a period not to exceed 90 days of an emergency regulation that is the same or substantially equivalent to an emergency regulation previously adopted by the commission. Readoption shall be permitted only if the agency has made substantial progress and proceeded with diligence to certify the emergency rulemaking so that it may remain permanent in Title 24. The State Fire Marshal will demonstrate this by describing their activities to include the approved emergency express terms language in their proposal for the 2025 Wildland Urban Interface Code, Part 7 of Title 24, which was heard by the Building, Fire, and Other Structural Design Lateral Forces Ad Hoc Code Advisory Committee in February of this year, and is currently out for 45-day public comment until May 18th. Taking action to approve this 90-day extension will allow the State Fire Marshal's Part 7 proposal to be heard by the commissioners at the August 12th and 13th, 2026 commission meeting. SFM has made substantial changes to the has not made substantial changes, to the finding of emergency or express terms that were originally approved at the October 15th, 2025 commission meeting. The commissioners need only take one action to approve this 90-day extension, allowing the emergency regulations to remain effective until they are made permanent this summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Welcome to the State Fire Marshal representatives. You could just introduce yourselves and present the proposed item 5, indicating the section number and section name of the items presented or discussed to make it easier for everyone to follow the discussion.
Good morning, Commissioners. Crystal Sujeski, Chief of Code Development and Analysis, CAL FIRE Office State Fire Marshal. And with me here today is Mark Springer, our staff counsel at CAL FIRE Office State Fire Marshal. So we ask for your approval to extend the emergency regulations that were approved in October of last year, 2025. CAL FIRE Office State Fire Marshal has a standing working group, the California Wildland Urban Interface Working Group, which has a charter. Our minutes and agenda are posted on our webpage and have made substantial progress in adopting the emergency regulations into the intervening code cycle proposals, and then also enhancing those with further study that has been established through the work group. But the ask today is just to continue to, for the readoption of what was previously approved. There's been no changes made to that. And I will open it up for any questions that you have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. This item is now open for commission discussion. Do any members of the commission have comments or questions? Seeing none, we will take comments from members of the public on item 5. Again, if you would like to comment and you're online, please put yourself in the queue by raising your hand in Zoom or listen for us to ask for comments. And let's start with anyone in the room. Do we have any comments from anyone in the room on item 5? Any comments online? I see one raised hand at least there.
Go ahead, Bob.
Bob.
Thank you. We had trouble getting unmuted there. This is Bob Raymer, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm representing the Building Industry Association, the Apartment Association, the Business Properties Association, and the Building Owners and Managers Association. And I'd like to say that the Industry Coalition strongly supports the readoption of the Fire Marshal's emergency package before you today. As Chief Sujeski indicated, passage of Senate Bill SB 63 required the Fire Marshal to update California's fire hazard zone maps. And after they did that, to expand application of the WUI building standards to the newly identified high fire severity zones in the local responsibility areas. And this emergency package accomplishes that. Additionally, the Fire Marshal identified several application provisions that needed some updating that conflicted with SB 63. One of those modifications got rid of some old and very confusing dates. Secondly, and most importantly, one of the exceptions provided an exemption from compliance for additions, alterations, and remodels constructed before July of 2008. And that was in direct conflict with another provision that requires additions and alterations to conform to the standards for the new buildings or structures. So with that, Industry Coalition strongly supports this action by the Fire Marshal. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Any other comments online?
There are no other hands raised.
Any on the telephone?
There are no telephone callers.
Have we received any written comments?
Not on this agenda item, Mr. Chair.
All right, that concludes the public comment portion. We'll turn item 5 back over to the commissioners. The commission will entertain a motion.
Commissioner Rambin moved to approve the emergencies adoption from the State Fire Marshal.
Commissioner
Klaus Berkner, second.
All right. Any discussion, members of the commission? We have a motion and a second. Hearing none. Ms. Maida, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
Great. The vote is unanimous. The motion is approved. Thank you very much, State Office of the State Fire Marshal. Next on the agenda is item 6, review and discussion of the 45-day state agency proposals for the 2025 intervening code cycle adoption, code adoption cycle. We'll start with item 6A, procedures and general discussion. Stoyan, do you want to kick us off?
Thank you. So we addressed this. Sorry for the microphone. We addressed this a little bit 5 minutes ago, but I will try to provide more clarity to the process. So agenda item 6 is intended to allow the commissioners to ask questions and provide comments related to the agency's submittals for the 45-day public comment period. We have the agency's representatives attending in person or online. If the commissioners have questions, I can hear my voice some.
Started early.
Okay.
During this break, Stoyan, can you get really close to your microphone, please?
I can't get closer than that. Otherwise, I will eat it. So we also distributed to the commissioners the written comments received during the Code Advisory Committee meetings and written comments submitted specifically for this commission meeting. The received 45-day comment period comments are posted on the Building Standard Commission website. I assume all commissioners had the time to review the 45-day submittals and the posted comments. It's important to note that there will be no vote for this agenda item. Again, we will keep repeating this. And the agencies are not required to prepare formal responses in their final statement of reasons. Members of the public are allowed to ask questions or make comments, but these comments will not be considered comments for the 45-day public comment period. Members of the public wishing to have their comments considered for the 45-day comment period must resubmit their comments via email or US mail. Commissioners, if you have questions before we start the discussion on the proposed amendments, now is the time to clarify the procedure.
I do have a question on are we discussing AB 130 at this point?
The intent was that AB 130 will be clear enough and we'll be discussing the agency proposals, but we can answer if the question is not.
Because I didn't know if procedures and general discussion was related to discussing AB 130 in theory and then moving on to the 45.
We can try with that, but
Okay.
again, if it needs deeper research, then Viana will let us know. So she may need to come back to the commission later.
Okay.
If the question is easy to answer, then we'll address that.
Then why don't we wait till it's the itemized and I can ask my question there.
Okay.
I have a question. Well, doesn't 130 relate to each individual one? In other words, whether or not it falls within 130 or not?
It is related. It is related.
So wouldn't it be okay to discuss it 130 in accordance with each item?
Yeah.
I just,
We can discuss in accordance with each item, yes, and also we have the agency, so you can ask questions if you are unclear if the proposal meets AB 130 or not. So it's open for discussion.
Was your comment about AB 130 more broadly or related to a specific item on the?
I am. So I'm reading, I tried to read AB 130 directly and I give up, but I see the descriptions and explanations, which were very nicely done by the Building Standards Commission staff. But my question is, was the original intent of AB 130 is to, for example, for the 6-year moratorium, if it's specific to construction, cost of construction, or if it affects certain items where you can have less of it in a residence versus.
There are specific exemptions allowed, but my understanding is that unless it meets one of those exceptions, the changes are precluded during this moratorium.
So it is construction and all the regulations, everything. Okay, thank you.
Any other general comments before we turn to specifics?
I just to note and clarify that the 6-year moratorium is for residential. And we are in the intervening code adoption cycle. There is no sunset date. It's the intervening cycle is for everything, not only for residential.
Okay, correct. Thanks.
All right, we'll now take comments from the public on item 6A. At this time, if you'd like to speak, just as with the others, and you're online, please raise your hand. Or if you're listening, wait for us to call for comment. Let's start though with those in the room. Does anyone in the room have comments regarding item 6A?
Receive no comment cards for this item, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Kevin. Anybody online?
Yes, we have 2 hands raised. The first is Enrique Huerta.
Good morning, Enrique Huerta, Senior Policy and Legislation Director, Climate Resolve. Apologies for the naive question, but as a layman, it's really difficult for someone who's not used to the process to understand the agenda. But I have a question about the building code moratorium. Will the building code moratorium intervening code adoption cycle conduct an intersectional analysis of how extreme heat, wind, and drought affect building ignition and the wildland-urban interface? Thank you.
The reason for this meeting is not to discuss the intent of AB 130, but the reason was to discuss the agency proposals. And for the intervening code adoption cycle, I will take the risk and summarize the bill. For the intervening code adoption cycle, the agencies cannot propose requirements, amendments that have any regulatory change, except the 5 or 6 exceptions that are part of AB 130. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but
And one of those exceptions is around the urban wildlife urban interface standards. Yes. Is there a further comment online? Were there 2 hands?
Yes, the next hand raised is Laura Walsh. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Laura Walsh. I'm a policy manager with the Bay Area nonprofit Save the Bay. I was hoping to hear a little discussion about how the emergency exemption in AB 130 might be interpreted. I know that in the past and through some clarifying statements that you guys have made, emergencies are typically treated as, in this context, something that you can react to with policy. But I really would love to see this commission signal that cities can prepare for really true emergency scenarios, particularly in the space of flooding. In the Bay Area, FEMA flood maps that dictate building code standards are out of date in a lot of places, and we regularly see flooding that is dangerous to residences already. And in response, cities have updated their building code standards so that people are safe. But AB 130 is signaling to these cities that they shouldn't do that. And that seems like a real misfire and a space for interpretation and clarification that to keep people safe based on real flooding happening today, building standards should meet the risks. So we'd love to see cities feel comfortable in coming to this commission and pursuing that kind of update. And there are multiple cities, including San Francisco, that have been working on that kind of update locally, but they need to eventually take to this commission for years. So it'd be great to get some clarifying statements around that.
Thank you for those comments. I don't know. I mean, I think if people have my own view, if people have proposals they believe qualify, they are welcome to bring those forward. But the legislation and the legislative intent, I think, is pretty clear that, the exception should be construed pretty exactly, I think.
Before Kevin has something to say, but we're getting confused with the agenda, I guess. But agenda item 6 is to discuss the agency proposals, not the intent of AB 130. Your comments and questions are always welcome, and I think we met with a few of you folks that are commenting now. But again, the agenda item is different. Kevin.
So does anybody have comments regarding? Well, I guess we're going to get to 6B, which will be on the specific. Is that?
Yes, 6A is general questions about this procedure for the commissioners and the public asking questions about the state agency proposals, which could include AB 130 questions.
That's fine.
6B is when we get into the specific agencies, starting with OSHPD.
Okay, but thank you for the comments. I'd rather get more comments than fewer comments. So
this is Commissioner Haskin. I think, yeah, we definitely welcome comments. And if the comment was about whether emergencies can be reviewed, then that's obviously yes. And when proposals are brought to us, we'll review those proposals. So if if you have specific concerns, then we encourage you to get in touch with either get in touch directly with the office with the Building Standards Commission, or you can get in touch with a specific agency that's concerned and raise those concerns, and that can be brought up as a proposal that we can review. So.
Great, thank you for that. Any further comments on item 6A before we turn to item 6B? All right, now we'll turn to the specific items and we'll start with the Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development, the proposed amendments in the following codes: the Administrative Code Part 1, the Building Code Part 2, Volume 1, California Electrical Code Part 3, the California Mechanical Code Part 4, and the California Plumbing Code Part 5. OSHPD, are we having people? Are they online there?
Mr. Chair, we do have OSHPD representatives participating virtually. And we did receive a comment card from a member of the public in the room on item 6B. Okay. So, but commission discussion comes first.
Okay, well, maybe should we turn to OSHPD first, or to do?
They're available to answer any questions the commissioners may have. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Jacobson does have his hand raised. If he wants to do an introduction, go ahead.
Gotta get rid of the speaker. OSHPD has submitted our 45 days in response to the Code Advisory Committee for the health facility and green PME. We do believe that we've responded to what came out of the Code Advisory Committee. We are proposing no new code regulations or material amendments. It is all administrative and clarification of existing code language. I believe that we are in compliance with AB 130. But we have coordinated our responses with staff from CBSC to make sure that our reasons and express terms are consistent with the requirements of 130. But we're here to respond to any questions should you have any. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion from any members of the commission? Any questions for Oshpad or comments for?
I just want to, Commissioner Ramirez, just briefly, I like this format where the agency comes up first and quickly, briefly clarifies what their position is and what they're proposing. I think that helps for clarity for us and for the public if that wouldn't take up too much time.
If they're willing, I agree.
We told the agencies that they don't need to prepare a presentation. So the folks in the room or online, if you want to summarize, you're welcome. But again, we told you not to prepare detailed presentation. So
that wasn't that detailed, so but it's still useful. So, any comments from?
I concur that having a brief summary of what, if there are changes without regulatory effects, it would be helpful just to have an overview of what motivated the proposed changes.
All right.
Yeah, I think I can respond to that. We always go through, whether it's the intervening cycle or the triennial, to respond to confusion that may come from the code users. And if there is some housekeeping that is appropriate or clarification, so where we could be clearer in what the code language requires, we do that. And in this case, we did have some new language that we had wanted to move forward during the intervening code, but it did introduce new code language, and it was material in nature. So consequently, we did pull that. But as a response, without going through the same presentations we gave to all the Code Advisory Committee, and there would be 5 of them, and so it would take a while to wind through. But rest assured that all our proposals are essentially housekeeping and administrative in nature. It's clarification only. Hopefully that responds to your question.
Yes.
This is Commissioner Klaus Bruckner. I have a question for the staff. Did anybody find any substantive changes to the OSHPD proposed changes?
we are coordinating with the state agencies. It's not OSHPD, everybody else. We submitted comments based on their proposals. Some of the issues that we found were resolved, as OSHPD folks are saying. We still have a few outstanding issues, but we wanted to wait for the 45-day public comment period and see, the public comments and the commissioners, if they will raise concerns, and we'll go back and continue the communications with the agencies before they submit their final package. So it's part of the process. There is no different. The only difference is that we have one new important requirement, AB 130. So this is what we do. Even if it was for the 9-point criteria, we would follow the same. So our comments for the agencies, even though some of our comments are stated that we can't justify a particular proposal meets AB 130. And again, it's not only for OSHPD, it's for everybody. But we allow the agencies to submit for the 45-day comment period because it's an open process. We continued with the communication. So it's not necessarily that the Building Standard Commission is correct on that one. We continue working with the agencies. So we will, again, part of the process.
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner, follow-up question. Which of the parts or sections of OSHPD are the hanging points between
we sent all commissioners a summary of the communication points with other agencies, and we are not prepared to share a detailed report because, again, we don't want to raise concerns on sections that we continue discussing. But we again provided the commissioners with a summary of the I wouldn't say issues, but the communication that we're having with the rest of the agencies.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Another point of clarification, if the, well, in this case, Oshpod, but not necessarily, but it applies to all agencies. If they say we comply with 130 and our staff maybe thinks they do not, what happens then? How is that resolved?
We will continue again working with agencies, and when they have their final submittal, if we don't have agreement on AB 130, well, let me back up a little bit. So it's a new law. So it's a new territory for us, and we are learning new stuff as we speak. So when we say this doesn't meet AB 130 and the agency says it meets AB 130 in our opinion, well, the entity that makes the decision is the commission and the commissioners. So we will have a detailed report as always for the last commission meetings in July and August. And if we have concerns about proposals, we will let you know in advance. But again, now is the 45-day public comment period, so we are still working with the agencies. We don't have the final report. It's still early for that.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Haskin. I'm sorry. Don't mean to step on your toes. So we have 6 exceptions under AB 130, and the first is that it's non-substantive. A comma can be substantive. A single word can be substantive. So that I don't think that exception is going to apply to any of these proposals. But the real question is whether or not they're related to an emergency, whether it's something related to national code standards, errata, whether it's since nothing here is going to be a local administrative, then it's that or meeting the minimum federal accessibility requirements. Other than those, I don't see how most of these changes would pass that litmus test from my perspective anyway, that there are definitely substantive changes, and saying otherwise would be interesting. But I think in this case, unless there's a good explanation as to how it's needed to meet national code changes, national code errata, or how it's there for accessibility purposes to be able to meet federal accessibility minimum standards, I don't know, with the exception of the state fire marshal under the wildland urban interface, which has its own exception. I personally, I'm looking through and seeing as small as some of these changes are, I don't see how they would be justified under those exceptions.
Thank you for those comments. And I think to the earlier question, I think it will be the commission's determination of whether or not they meet the exceptions. And then obviously there are other, if people disagree, there are other legal avenues for people to challenge those decisions.
The Building Standard Commission staff did a comprehensive review and analysis and the agency proposals. We even researched, if there were standards adopted. We even researched what is the standard, what is the effective date, is it the right standard to be adopted? For a DSA, the federal standards, is it necessary? Is it justified if this particular standard needs to be adopted statewide? We had a detailed discussion with the state fire marshal as well. So I think our agencies, they have a good feedback to proceed with their proposals. And this is why we're in the 45-day public comment period. We've been watching the comments. Some of the comments are in support, others are in opposition to proposals, regardless of AB 130. Some are citing AB 130, others other criteria, part of the 9-point criteria. So that's the 45-day. Again, it's not a done deal yet. We're in the middle of the process.
Any further comments related to the state hospitals? Seeing none, we'll now turn to HCD and the California Green Building Standards Code, Part 11.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. We're going to go to the public next for.
I'm sorry.
Oshpod.
Did we have?
Yeah, we do have one comment card from Chris Rooch with Sheet Metal Workers Local 104 on Oshpod 0525, agenda item 6B. Chris?
Sorry about that, Chris. Yeah, come on up.
Yeah, feel free to come and join. Yeah, there you go. And then you just hit the little button. If it's green, you're live. There you go.
Hello, Commissioners. Chris Rook with the Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. We submitted a comment along with the Western States Council of Sheet Metal Workers. I do want to thank you for your time for this. Specifically, what we had commented on was OSHPD 525 for the I'm sorry. I remember now. OSHPD 525 for the California Mechanical Code Part 4. Of specific for us was section 407.3.1. We did submit a written comment on this, but we're generally supportive of this. The added language says all testing and balancing shall be performed by a qualified independent agency and certified by AABC, NEBB, or TABB. We do not have any problems with that and think that that's a good idea. However, there was an issue that we identified with it, which is that what really counts is the technician that's doing the work. So for a simple example of this, you hire someone to come to your house, the contractor is licensed, great person, they knowledgeable, went to college on this, went through a trade school, but then the technicians that come out to your house to do the work were not certified. So what we simply recommended here was adding some language that would say be balanced in accordance with section 403.10. Section 403.10 in the California Mechanical Code does state that you need to have the balancing performed by a technician that's certified under AABC, NEBB, AABC, NEBB, or TABB. So it's basically just unifying this and making sure that the intent is meant that when you're doing things very important like this of pressure cascades, checking to make sure proper filtration, proper ventilation, that this is done by someone that knows what they're doing. It doesn't mean that you're not going to maybe have an apprentice with that person, but you are going to have a certified person on site. So I'm open for any questions on that and did want to offer our assistance. I also wanted to mention that technicians historically have sometimes felt uncomfortable getting involved in these processes, but by having commissioners like you do, Mr. Stockwell, for instance, really helps technicians feel that this is part of the process. I can tell you from my own experience with this, when we submitted it, we were reached out to Larry Enright, who was listed as kind of a person that you could go to as a technical resource. Reached out, said, yeah, this makes clean and clear what you're saying here and that type of thing, talked about resources, and then received a very nice letter from the executive director thanking for our participation. So just want to make clear to everyone that I feel that this is a very open process, and I really like that you're making it so technicians who are kind of key to this process, because they're the ones that are actually doing the work on the ground, are part of it and feel welcomed. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Ms. Klaus-Bruckner.
I apologize. I'm just trying to wrap my head around still AB 130. So wouldn't those suggested changes be substantive change, substantive?
I guess it depends. I mean, without having my own view, without looking at the code section, if it is simply referencing another requirement that's already in the code, maybe it wouldn't be substantive. If it is adding a new requirement, then
if it's
arguably it would
increasing the technical level somebody has to do a specific work. This is why I wanted to get into trying to wrap my head around
But
it. Would-
without looking, the commenter suggested that it is already required in a separate section of the code. So maybe referencing that, but I don't have it here in front of me, so we'd have to figure that out.
If I can just try to explain briefly how we work in this proposal. So we see the proposal. If it's underlined, it's new. So we consider, okay, it's new, it doesn't meet AB 130, right? So, but we start checking, the agencies, they provide their rationale. So by the rationale, they may, I don't know how, I'm not hungry. By the rationale, we will figure out if this proposal is somewhere else and it's relocated. So, if it's relocated, then good. If they're adding a new language, okay, where is the new language coming from? Is it an existing amendment that exists somewhere else? Is it somewhere in the laws that they need to clarify? So we take a long time to prove that the proposal meet or doesn't meet AB 130. We also, evaluate the exceptions. So again, we work with the state agencies. The rationale is very important. If we feel that the rationale doesn't explain well why they believe it meets AB 130, we'll ask them, they will modify the rationale. If we feel that it's still not enough for the commissioners to understand if it meets AB 130 or not, we'll get back to the agency. So we're constantly communicating, but our main, this is what we start with. Does it add a new requirement? Does it change the regulatory effect? If the code says 50 feet and the new requirement is 35, then it has a change. And then we start researching what is the reason for this. So we try to take everything into account. I can't guarantee we succeeded with.
Yes, Ms. Klausberg.
Follow-up question, Commissioner Klausberger. I forgot my own name. So if there's a conflict, let's say, somewhere it says 30 feet, another place it says 50 feet. It's clarifying language, yet you may make it stricter by choosing one or the other. How do you deal with that? Or if there's something in the appendix that has clarifying language and you're, meshing it into the body and, there was a conflict, you're clarifying, yet you might be making it stricter depending on how you view it.
I think ultimately those are going to be decisions that the commission members are going to have to make. Welcome to the club.
Staff will provide as much information as we can.
Are there any other public comments on this item?
It appears Mr. Jacobson would like to reply.
Yes.
Can reply. The amendment was to section 407.3.1, and that there is code language already in section 403.10, and all it was referencing that other code section so that code users can be aware of it. I don't believe that there is a conflict. When we look at these things, we do respond that if it is actually a change, then it would have to be bounced to the 2027 triennial. So it was our understanding that the two code sections actually do work together, and it is not adding anything.
Thank you for that clarification. Any further comments from the commission? If
One,
yes.
just a comment. He mentioned something important, I think, and that is if there's a disagreement, you can always bump it into the 27 cycle, which doesn't well, obviously there's a time issue involved, but that seems one answer.
Mhm. Yes, there are no end of opportunities with this, hence the legislation. But all right, let's turn to the next item here, which is HCD and proposal related to the California Green Building Standards Code, Part 11.
I'm sorry, sir. We didn't go to the public commenters online.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Do we have any public comments online?
We did have a hand raised, but it's been lowered. I just want to check if, make sure that, there we go. That hand went back up. Go ahead, Mr. Zelmer.
Yeah, good morning. This is Bill Zelmer with Sutter Health. So I chaired the Code Advisory Committee for Health Facilities, and I wanted to speak a little bit to the AB 130 topic. We debated that quite a bit, trying, just as you all are, to understand what it's supposed to mean. The way we processed it, for better or for worse, is trying to determine whether a proposed language change constitutes a substantive change in the code. So where we ran into a case where there was a conflict in the code, we understand what OSHPD is trying to do is be more clear about what the code language is. So they might eliminate language here and change a word there to make it more clear, but not actually change the meaning of the code. So out of maybe 100 changes that we processed, I wouldn't characterize any of them as being a substantive change. They were all clarifying code requirements that were already in the code, but maybe a little confusing. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation for what it's worth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for those comments and for your work on the committee.
There are no other hands raised.
No other hands raised. Any other comments before I try to turn for the third time to the... All right, we'll turn now to HCD and the Green Building Standards Code, Part 11. It's not required, but if we have anybody from HCD that wants to give a brief overview, seems there's an appetite for that.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Mitchell Baker. I'm an Assistant Deputy Director for HCD's Division of Codes and Standards. In attendance from HCD, there are several others I'd like to recognize. We have our Deputy Director, Kyle Kraus, our Branch Chief, Emily Hill, our Section Chief, Jenna Klein, and our Title 24 Manager, Tyler Mayo, and also our Associate Construction Analyst, Veronica Dardine. Thank you to the Commission and the Building Standards staff for coordinating this meeting. Regarding CalGreen, as presented at the February 11th CalGreen PME CAC meeting, and as indicated in HCD's CalGreen eyesore, all available online, HCD proposals this cycle in the California Green Building Standards Code do not have any change in regulatory effect or intended change, and merely clarify, conform, or coordinate changes consistent with the applicable laws. All proposals were approved by the Code Advisory Committee members during that meeting. With that, HCD is happy to answer any questions the Commissioner or CBSC team may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Anybody have any questions, comments for Mr. Baker specifically before we invite other comments? Seeing none, do we have any other folks in the room who would like to comment on this item? Anyone online?
Yes, we have one hand raised. Go ahead, Mr. Raymer.
Thank you. This is Bob Bramer, and I'm a member of the Green PEME Ad Hoc Code Advisory Group. And BSC staff gave us a great overview on AB 130. I can tell you that when we reviewed all of HCD's proposals, we were looking for substantive changes, and we approved it. So I wanted to give you some kind of a comfort level that we certainly looked at AB 130 when HCD's provisions were coming through, and we passed them all. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Anyone else online?
There are no other hands raised.
Anybody on the phone?
No, sir.
Have we received any written comments?
Not on this item, Mr. Chair.
Anybody on the commission? All right. Thank you. Oh,
sorry.
yes, I'm sorry.
I have a question again. So I'm going into theoretical, but I'm looking at this, and let's say there's a voluntary measure that can be adopted or not adopted by local jurisdictions. Because it's voluntary, would that be a substantive change if they make changes to that? Because once it's adopted by the whatever agency it is, authority having jurisdiction, it becomes law. So is that?
I would think, I mean, the intent of this is to not have all the locals keep changing their building standards code. So I would think if there's substance, you know, we're trying to stop such frequent changes, and they're doing it at the state level. I don't know that passing them as allowance would be if they're actually substantive and don't meet one of the exceptions, is my view, but I don't know. Stoyan?
We took the same approach. If anything that changes the regulatory effect, we consider it that doesn't meet AB 130. Again, if it doesn't meet one of the exceptions.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll turn now to the next item, which is, are we here? D, the California Building Standards Commission. Is this also Green Building Standards Code? Stoyan, is this?
We'll have Tim to.
All right.
He's been preparing for a week.
It's apparent I haven't been preparing for a week, so.
Good morning. Good morning to the commissioners, partner agency representatives, and public attendees. For the record, my name's Tim Freeman. I'm an associate architect with the Building Standards Commission. I worked in cooperation with my colleagues at the Building Standards Commission on Part 11 for CalGreen and presented our package for the Green PME Code Advisory Committee in February. Each of our amendments proposed for intervening are non-substantive, first off, administrative. Some are organizational, reorganizational in cooperation and coordination with the Division of State Architect in items that we co-adopt. And that's about it. They can be found in our eyesore and express terms package, and we invite any 45-day comments in relation to those.
I want to add that we did our best to provide a good example and not post anything that may trigger issues, but we're not exempt from the process. So if you find something, feel free to ask us question, and that applies to Ellie as well.
Are there, oh, yes, Tim.
I believe there was a public comments earlier regarding some items within BSC's Part 11, maybe some typos or errors, heaven forbid, I would invite a written public comment submitted for those.
Great. Okay. If you're still listening to the earlier comment, but feel free to submit a public comment, or you can contact the commission if you think. Either way. Thank you. Are there any other comments on this item? Anyone in the room? Anyone on the commission? Anyone online?
Yes, we have one hand raised online. Go ahead, Mr. Raymer.
Thank you. Bob Raymer, once again, a member of the Green PEME Code Advisory Committee that heard the BSC proposals. Prior to passage of AB 130, the Building Standards Commission had been working on, with various working groups that it has at the sort of the sub-level, had been working on some very significant changes and updates, particularly with carbon reduction and other items. I think that set of proposals from the Building Standards Commission on Part 11 was perhaps the most impacted by AB 130. The staff went through that with an exhaustive review and basically identified those that represented substantive changes and withdrew them, and fully, of course, plans to bring them up during the next triennial. So the package that the Green Building and PEME Code Advisory Committee heard was greatly whittled down. And we did look at the remaining changes, and while on the face it looks like a lot's going on here, they're just simply reformatting changes that will be very useful during the next code cycle. And to give you a straightforward example, compliance with the proposed code changes that BSC is proposing will not impact compliance. It doesn't increase stringency, it doesn't decrease stringency. And so the committee really looked at this from an AB 130 perspective, and basically BSC is making some technical changes and some formatting stuff that is really good, but it doesn't really impact compliance with the standards. So with that, we strongly supported the BSC package. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Any other comments online?
There are no other hands raised.
Any on the phone? Any written comments?
Not for this item, Mr. Chair.
Anybody on the commission?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Haskin. I have just one minor, I mean, these changes do seem mostly administrative. I just noticed that one section is saying see section 4.106.4.5 for application, and I can't find that section in the existing code. I wonder if that was referenced incorrectly. But we'll have to continue looking. It looks like it's, yeah, I see 106.4.4, and there's nothing past that point. So just something worth looking into before the next meeting.
Yeah, forgive me, I don't have the package with me. I can follow up and give you an answer.
It may
After the meeting.
refer to a section that's already there, so it's not part of the proposal,
at the-
not there. Okay,
No, it's
we'll
not
check,
there,
we'll
yeah.
check that.
All right. Thank you. Seeing no further comments on this item, thank you, Tim. We'll now turn to the Division of the State Architect and the California Green Building Standards Code, Part 11. Item. Welcome. Looks like we've got a couple of folks here from DSA.
Good morning. Can you hear? There we
Yep.
go. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner and Chairpersons. My name is Eric Drever. I'm Principal Architect of Architectural Codes and Policies at the Division of the State Architect. We are here today to present or answer questions regarding our proposals under Part 11, Title 24 Cal Green. During our pre-cycle activities, for these proposals included 3 Cal Green Carbon Reduction Collaborative meetings that was previously mentioned by Mr. Raymer. Those occurred on July on March 20th, July 10th, September 10th. DSA also hosted a CalGreen stakeholder meeting on August 20th, where we presented proposals and received input on the proposals presented today during our 45-day package. And lastly, we did present to the Code Advisory Committee meeting on February 11th and received mostly an approval recommendation from the Code Advisory, but all of those actions by the committee are present and recorded accurately in the CAM that's in the 45-day public comment period. The proposed amendments in front of you today and proposed in the 45-day are technical updates and are intended to clarify and coordinate existing regulations as required by a Health and Safety Code at Section 18942A and do not materially alter the substance or intent of the existing regulations as stipulated in that Health and Safety Code section, which was amended as part of AB 130. Primarily because we weren't exactly sure what the expectations were. We brought a full cadre of staff here that are available to present to you. To my right is Alicia Chavez. She is our sustainability supervising architect. And in the audience is Ida Clare, senior architect, Tav Commons, mechanical engineer, Robert Martin, senior mechanical engineer, and Paul Johnson, senior electrical engineer. But we are here to respond to any questions you may have.
Well, thank you. It looks like there's a DSA field trip today. So do we have any questions from members of the commission? Yes, Ms. Klaus-Bruckner.
Does this item affect additions and alterations at all?
Can you clarify which item?
I will have to get back to you on that. I'll email you, but
okay.
There seems to be some amendments to additions and alterations that might affect, it might be substantive. So I will,
I would offer any questions that you may have regarding the proposals. You certainly can email our team at dsasustainability@dgs.ca.gov. Most of the changes, all of the changes are intended to be just clarifying existing regulations. As was discussed, there is some reorganization, but they should not materially alter the requirements for alterations.
okay, thank you. I might send it through Stoyan once I find the
Absolutely, we'd
section.
be happy to respond. And Stoyan, I presume the response would go back through you to the commission, correct?
I will forward whatever I get. I will send it to you.
Perfect, thank you.
Are there any other members of the commission with comments, questions? Seeing none, are there any other members of the audience? Anybody online?
There are no hands raised
And
no phone call.
all right. No comments. Okay. That was easy.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We'll now turn to item 6F, the Office of State Fire Marshal. Related to the California Mechanical Code Part 4, the Wildland Urban Interface Code Part 7, the California Building Code Part 2, and California Fire Code Part 9. I don't know if you want to kick us off with a brief explanation.
Good morning, Commissioners. Crystal Sujeski, Chief of Code Development and Analysis. Just a very high level overview. In parts 2, 4, and 9, we proposed to align the hazard material classification with the Global Harmonized System, or GHS. align childcare definitions with Title 22, clarification of carbon monoxide installation, update standards for ESS and HVAC systems to the latest editions, and made some editorial improvements. For Part 7, we are formalizing the emergency rulemaking that was heard earlier, clean up the application and purpose, remove the exception for buildings built before 2008 for additions and remodels, proposed a definition of home hardening, added a definition of glazed door, clean up the definition of wildland urban interface area, clean up ignition resistant section 503 for better understanding of the listing standards, closed gaps for exterior wall. And just on that subject alone, we have several public comments and we've worked with that subgroup, and we do plan to have a 15-day. So there will be some of the comments that you may hear today in regards to exterior wall and exterior coverings have been worked through with those stakeholders, and we do plan to close those gaps in the understanding. So we also added criteria for events and then added a standard 1140 as a reference. Those are our changes. We worked with BSC staff, addressed any of the concerns related to AB 130, and educated the staff on several fire and life safety issues where, you know, they are not the subject matter expert, but we, again, collaboration efforts to expand our justifications in the ISOR and really be as transparent as possible. So we welcome any questions that you have. Thank you.
Yes.
Just for the record, I did call Crystal and had a conversation about some of the hazardous material sections. I just want to, be clear on that. I had a discussion with Crystal because we have a bit of a weird situation where the definitions of hazardous materials have been in Appendix E. A lot of that is already in Appendix E, the instructions on how to classify chemicals. They are moving that a lot over to the definition section and clarifying how to go about classifying chemicals. The issue that I found, and it applies to the International Fire Code as well as this process, is the use of methanol. Methanol is used in laboratories, it's used in pharmaceuticals, it's used in a lot of businesses. And the way the GHS system is set up, it's more for, I think they are overclassifying it. So now a methanol, which was only a flammable liquid and an other health hazard, might become toxic, which can create a huge headache for a lot of businesses and industry. So I was trying to figure out if this needs a bulletin, because we don't know why GHS is classifying methanol as a category, I think it was 3, or as a toxic. And so I don't necessarily, it might be a necessity to have a bulletin describing when there's a conflict, if there's actual data that points to the fact that the material is not toxic, at least in the uses that we see, then it shouldn't be classified as toxic. Nobody, when you're dealing with construction and building and everything, we're not dealing with if a child opens a cabinet and drinks the methanol. In that sense, it is still an other health hazard, and it might be toxic to the kid, but a lot of things would be. Were used to be strict definitions of what a toxic material is, which was defined by LC50 and LD50. And the data for methanol is there, and it's not toxic. But because we're going to call it a hazard category 3, I believe it was, it puts it into the toxic category. And that's just one of the chemicals. So I think it needs a closer look, whether it's clarifying with a bulletin that if there's actual data, and the safety data sheets can be wrong. A lot of times they classify things as 3, or even motor oils. Motor oils, they estimate the toxicity level, and it would throw it as a toxic material, when motor oils, every Target store, every convenience store would have a serious issue if you call motor oils a toxic. So the toxicity has to be very clearly described and explained in a bulletin. And when there's a conflict, what to do, because the safety data sheets and the GHS system may not be 100% the right route to go with the toxicity and the highly toxic materials. So I had a conversation. I am concerned, but I think maybe a technical bulletin or a 15-day period might give everybody some time to come up with a language that would not severely impair a lot of materials that are used very commonly in the industry. So it is already in the appendix. Those categories are in the appendix already, Appendix E. It's just that we're bringing it up into the definitions. So that's why I was asking you guys a million questions on clarifying language, because we have to somewhat at some point resolve that issue. So whether it's through a bulletin or a 15-day period of getting a group of people, experts within California, to discuss this one particular item.
Thank you, Commissioner. So yes, we did have very long conversation, and then I did reach out to some of our other stakeholders, and the clarifying nature of this is going to help the code user. Why we want to do it now is that, to your point, we do support an information bulletin. We do get several calls because the current language in the code is subjective, whereas GHS gives very data-driven scientific criteria. And so Appendix E currently is not adopted. That is a crosswalk for the code user to use because there is so much confusion out there about classification of hazardous materials. So by clarifying the definitions now, going forward, I do welcome the opportunity to work with our stakeholders and build on this understanding. So to your suggestion, if this were to pass and is successful, we will put out an information bulletin to explain the intent.
Both with regard to that and from your comments, the notion of aligning the code with other statutes that exist outside of the code. Earlier, we had a discussion about a change that would just reference another section of the code. But I don't know that aligning it with other parts of the statute or other statutes entirely, I'm not sure if that qualifies for the exception. And even the change, if it's, even with regard to the chemical, if it in my mind, if it leads to a substantive change, then it would have to qualify, then we would have to qualify it under the health and safety, under some other exception, which there are in there, but we would have to, rather than say it's not a change, I would think, but that's my own sort of initial thought.
This is Commissioner Haskin. The mechanical section, the one-page change, it seemed like the most simple one. I have some experience with this already, so I know that this is this change. I would consider it necessary, and I would probably even take the angle that this may need to be an emergency change. I think that my concern is, and I hope that I'm not being taken wrong in my earlier comments, my concern is that by following the letter of AB 130 as close as we can, we're avoiding unnecessary complications, misinterpretations, and lawsuits, which will just continue, right? And we're just trying to do our job to the best of our ability and to do the right thing. In this case, I'm concerned that this change might not meet the AB 130 litmus test, and that's my only concern, is that with the refrigerant changes and the changes that ASHRAE has been making to the refrigerant A2L refrigerants and how to deal with those, they're still in flux. They're still making changes. It's really urgent that something be done. And so rather than be forced to face that as we can't make this big of a change and make the excuse that it's non-substantive, or it would be an excuse. I don't know if that's worth looking further at whether that should be an emergency change, because it is obviously necessary now that people have, and to those who aren't aware, refrigerant changes were forced by the EPA. This is a timeline that has been out there for a long time, but manufacturers and code development hasn't been prepared for it. So we now have lower flammability refrigerants already in use, and we still don't know how to deal with them. And that's to me, that's kind of an emergency situation when you're introducing flammable materials into occupied spaces and there's no code regulation clarifying how and whether that's allowed, or not clear enough. So that's my comment on this, is that this change needs to happen. We may need to look at that as an emergency situation. So.
Quick question. Wouldn't that make the regulations less strict rather than more?
The standard is already in the code as, and it's just an update to the addition, which, as we are evaluating other law sections, other mandates, there seems to be a disconnect with AB 130. And so again, our analysis in the ISOR, we made the conclusion that this is not a substantive change since it's already a standard that is currently referenced.
Thank you. I remembered now.
Are there any other comments from the commission? Anyone in the room? Yes.
Hello, I am Lauren Ross, a code compliance engineer with Arkland. First, I would like to thank the commission for listening to our comments and reading the letter that should be included in your material. And also thanks to the State Fire Marshal for doing the same. In sub-item 4-2, of the State Fire Marshal's proposed change to the California Wildlife Interface Code, the existing language, use of paints, coatings, stains, or other surface treatments are not an approved method of protection as required in this chapter. That section is moved to a more appropriate section. We request that that language be clarified as well. Specifically, the terms coatings and surface treatments may be interpreted too broadly. Our understanding of the intent of this language is to prohibit products that have unverifiable durability for exterior use because they are sprayed or painted in the field. However, the existing language is not limited to this narrow condition. We would politely request that the language be improved to not inadvertently include products that have a strict quality control protocol and are not exposed to weathering. For example, our product, FirePoint, it's a chemically bonded in manufacturing, has a detailed quality control plan, and is not intended for exterior uses. It has undergone extensive testing and is approved for the building code by third-party agencies such as CAL FIRE and ICCES. This product has been used in hundreds of projects in California, including the rebuilding in Altadena, and there are many other products that may be affected by this ambiguity. We've proposed one solution in our letter, but we'll gladly work with the State Fire Marshal and others to address the issue. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Any questions, comments for Arkland? Yeah.
Greg Anderson with thank you. Greg Anderson with IBHS. Thank you, commissioners, for listening to us. An item in the CWUI code 4-8, I work with the subcommittee for the exterior walls through the CWUI work group, which we meet monthly, both the subgroup and the main group. There were some changes after the CAC to address some of their comments, and the final version that put out has some conflicts in it, and it created some confusion. And we worked with the subgroup and the committee to draft some new language, and I've already heard Chief Sujeski saying about another 15-day to clean up the language to make sure the clear intent of what is being proposed would make a much better solution. So I ask you, you support the 15 days as it comes out. Of course, we'll all have to review in the final version, but I thank you for your time.
Thank you for those comments. Anyone else in the room? Anyone online? I see Mr. Raymer has his hand raised.
Yes, we have 4 hands raised. We'll start with Mr. Raymer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Bob Raymer, representing 9 members of the Industry Coalition on this. First to the Part 7 proposal by the Fire Marshal. As AB 130, well, AB 306 and then AB 130 was going through the legislature, it was at the time that the LA fires had just occurred. That's why there's a clear amendment for anything related to the WUI code that was put into AB 130 as a clear exception. We call that the Crystal Amendment. For laughs and gains. Regarding the mechanical code question, this proposal was heard by 2 code advisory committees on February 11th and February 17th. At each of these meetings, the BSC staff provided a thorough overview of AB 130's new restrictions on the intervening cycle. After the Fire Marshal's staff presented this ASHRAE proposal to each of the committees, the Fire Marshal's legal counsel, Mark Springer, provided his legal analysis, concluding this did not violate AB 130's restrictions. After hearing the agency's legal counsel opinion on 130, both of the CAT committees overwhelmingly approved this proposal. Now, regarding AB 130, why AB 130 places significant restrictions on agency code changes during the intervening cycle, the authors of AB 130 included exceptions to those restrictions. And 2 of those exceptions allow the update being proposed by the Fire Marshal. We've heard that, as indicated by the Fire Marshal's legal counsel, this proposal was considered a technical update to the code under exception 2A under AB 130. This position is also consistent with the AB 130 guidance document provided by the BSC staff to the code advisory committees during this year's orientations. And on page 3 of that document, the following guidance is provided regarding building standards necessary to incorporate model code errata. The commission interprets this to mean errata or tentative interim amendments issued by the national code providers. Now, ASHRAE's recently approved addendum A to standard 15 is clearly a tentative interim amendment. But there's also an allowance for emergency codes, emergency updates to the model codes. Now, while the model codes don't call them emergency updates, certainly if you follow the ASHRAE development of addendum A, this was done in a very urgent manner. As was suggested earlier by one of the commissioners. And so this prompted in turn the urgent approval, and I think would also apply to the exception that's allowed under AB 130 for emergency updates. Now, lastly, Assembly Bill 209 was a bill passed back in 2022, and it explicitly directs the Building Standards Commission to adopt the most recent versions of ASHRAE Standard 15. When the Air Resources Board issued their 2022 scoping plan, that references the Building Standards Commission's critical role in adopting the latest safety standards for refrigerant-containing equipment into the California building codes. This document was strongly supported by the governor, and the ARB document refers to the passage of AB 209 and how this legislation, and I quote, ensures that the Building Standards Commission will adopt the most recent refrigeration safety standards on an ongoing basis. So with that, the Industry Coalition supports this fire marshal proposal for the mechanical code. Unless there's any question, that concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Are there other commenters online?
Yes, the next commenter is Larry Williams.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, just a point of clarification.
Yeah, please.
I just wanted to speak to the guidance that the Building Standards Commission staff provided the Code Advisory Committee members and the Commission, Mr. Raymer referenced, that relates to this agenda item. And if I may, it's in your e-binder, but can I read a few sections just for clarification for the Commission?
Please.
Okay. So with regard to the AB 130 restrictions on the intervening code adoption cycle, we provided guidance that the Commission interprets this to mean that code changes will result in no change in regulatory effect, would be allowed during an intervening code cycle for purposes of changes that conform to existing statute or regulation. The Commission interprets this to mean that during an intervening code adoption cycle, AB 130 allows code changes that align with or are supportive of building standards already codified in law or elsewhere in Title 24. Conversely, the Commission notes that legislatively mandated rulemakings required by statute not expressly exempted by AB 130 are subject to these new limitations on intervening cycles. Additionally, conformance with standards not currently enforced in California, for example, reference standards, guidelines, etc., are considered new amendments subject to AB 130's limitations. These rulemaking activities may be postponed until the next available cycle. Regarding the AB 130 exemption for adopting the latest editions of the model codes, because AB 130 requires that building standards necessary to ensure the latest editions of the model codes specified in Health and Safety Code 18916 be incorporated into the triennial edition of Title 24 during a triennial cycle. No new code changes being developed for future model codes may be adopted during an intervening code adoption cycle. For example, no early adoption of future model codes or reference standards being developed or issued at the national level that will be adopted during a forthcoming triennial cycle. And lastly, regarding the building standards necessary to incorporate errata or emergency updates to the national model codes specified in 18916, along with any necessary and related state amendments supporting those. The commission notes that Health and Safety Code Section 18934.8 contains existing requirements for incorporating emergency updates to the national model codes specified in 18916. That process has not been changed by AB 130. Regarding building standards necessary to incorporate model code errata, the commission interprets this to mean errata or tentative interim amendments issued by the National Model Code publishers listed in Health and Safety Code 18916. That would be ICC, IAPMO, and NFPA. We did reach out to IAPMO and they confirmed that no errata or tentative interim amendment has been issued for the ASHRAE item. So I just wanted to clarify the guidance that the commission provided to the state agencies, the commissioners, and the Code Advisory Committee members. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very helpful. All right, now turning back to the public.
Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Good morning, Larry Williams. I'm a retired assistant fire marshal out of Ventura County. Myself, along with several other people, we have submitted a formal comment letter to you. You should have had that in time for your meeting. It's basically the same comments that we submitted to the CAC meeting earlier this year. Just some background, myself and the others, we've been involved with the CWUI process. I was part of one of the subgroup co-chairs in the initial adoption of the CWUI code and continue to chair subgroups in regards to Chapter 6 and worked also on Chapter 4 for the triennial cycle here. During the adoption of the CWUI code, we still did not have the state's new LRA fire severity zone maps. Those came out basically at the same time that the CWUI code was being approved by your commission. And that created a conflict with provisions of the CWUI code, specifically when it was dealing with the LRA high and moderate zones. The State Fire Marshal's emergency rulemaking has addressed the regards to the building standards applying in the LRA high zone through their emergency rulemaking, but we still had issues with other sections of the CWUI code besides Chapter 5 in regards to defensible space, access, and some other items, and also specifically to the moderate area. So we worked on some supposed changes. Unfortunately, these items came up at the very last minute, and we didn't have time to submit them for the intervening cycle through the formal work group process. So we have been attempting to submit those where we can. Like I said, we submitted them to the CAC, and we now bring them to your attention. We'll be doing a formal comment letter for the 45-day period also. The State Fire Marshal has modified the definition of WUI to only include the LRA very high and high, but it still creates some application issues in regards to other chapters besides the actual building standards in Chapter 5. So we're asking for support in incorporating some of these changes to clarify that now instead of waiting for the triennial cycle, because it's in effect now. If you apply the code today, you would be applying it to areas where was never intended to be applied if we don't make these changes. There's several items in here that did not have a formal item number, but they're in direct reference to the definitions and the change of the definitions that need to be followed through there. We're available to answer any questions you have. We have Kevin Rennerson, I believe, is going to be speaking too, and he can go into any of the details on the specific sections, but I want to give you the overview of why we're presenting this, and we continue to work to try to get this taken care of through the process. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment.
The next hand raised is Paul Armstrong.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time and consideration here. I am Paul Armstrong. I'm the Western Regional Manager for the American Wood Council here, based in California. We have worked very closely with the Office of the State Fire Marshal in particular on several different subgroups and work groups and all that, and really appreciate the time and effort that is put in there. Going specifically to the item of concern, SFM 0425, our new part 7 here. As former Chief Anderson mentioned, we do have a comment on item 4.8. We're hoping it's consistent, certainly with what the combined group that Chief Anderson and others have put together. We worked very closely with them and do fully intend to support that joint effort. Once it is done and submitted as a comment, we just put in a comment to make sure we had a placeholder with the information that we feel is necessary to provide clarity, certainly for the application to all exterior walls in the WUI environments that we have here in California. Again, thank you very much. I want to thank Chief Sujeski and her team for providing us with the opportunity to work very closely in conjunction with so many other industry members. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Last commenter is Kevin Reinertsen.
Good afternoon, Kevin Reinertsen, retired Division Chief, Riverside County Fire, and former Chief of Code Development there at the State Fire Marshal's Office. Larry Williams covered all of the great points. Larry did an exceptional job covering our letter to you. I do want to bring up what our comment letter does and kind of get a little bit more involved with how it's substantially related to, one, the emergency rulemaking, but as well the 45-day to make it permanent. And the section that brought this into light was where the term high was added in the application and scope, and our modifications in chapters 4 and chapter 6 are specifically related to those. I know that during the Building Fire Other CAC committee where it was heard, there was I believe a misunderstanding of our letter. So we revised it a little bit here and kind of tried to target it more towards relating those modifications we're proposing to the SFM to consider back to the introduction of the term high and the crossover between the initial adoption, the laws that had passed, the introduction of the emergency rulemaking. It kind of convoluted it, but do want to applaud the SFM getting the rulemaking package forwarded, as well as getting the emergency rulemaking accomplished. Those are big strides. We do support those, but we do see that necessary amendments should be made for further clarification. Additionally, we're hoping that the SFM will come out with an information bulletin or a code interpretation on an interim before, if they were to choose to go forward with these amendments, we're still looking 14 plus months out before we see those, 12 months, before we see those in effect in the code. So we're hoping that an information bulletin and a code interpretation could be as well moved forward, explaining the intent and clarifying what the matrix tables do, how chapter 4, chapter 6, and their specific provisions that are in there are applied to the LRA high areas. So I thank you on that. One additional comment unrelated to what our comment letter is here. Kevin Scott had provided a comment letter to you to review as well regarding vents that is in part 7. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions should the commissioners have any on his behalf. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to be here. He's training today. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments online?
There are no other hands raised. Oh, wait. Yes, there is. Hang on. Just
in the room. Yes.
New person.
Please.
Hi, my name is Jay Peters. I'm the president of Codes and Standards International. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've been working with this group off and on for about 25 years, all the way back to Mr. Stan, who was directing back then. I was the Senior Director of Codes and Education for IAPMO and also Executive Director of Plumbing, Mechanical, and Gas for ICC. Today, I'm speaking on my own behalf as a member of ASHRAE 15's technical committee and voting member for quite a few years. I've been working in this flammable refrigerant world for, well, since we first started discussing about 7 years ago through the code and development process. Although, you know, TIA is used as it's a general term, tentative interim amendment. In the ASHRAE process, we have what we call CMPs, continuous maintenance proposals. Our documents are under, and I say our as a committee member, are under continuous maintenance. So they're always updated when there's emergency items, safety issues, urgencies. And these amendments that the fire marshal is suggesting are considered emergency to us, to myself. I can't speak on behalf of the committee. I think you've probably seen the support from the industry, from AHRI to many others, letting you know how important these are. So I just wanted to clear up what a TIA is. TIA, even ICC doesn't have a TIA. IAPMO uses TIAs. In the ANSI process, they use TIAs. The International Code Council uses another term that escapes me at the moment. They used to call them emergency amendments. And then ASHRAE uses these CMPs and ways to update theirs constantly. So I just wanted to kind of clarify what that was. And I feel like it is in alignment and just wanted to offer my support. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we can go to the last hand raised on Zoom, and that would be Justin Gibson.
Good afternoon, everybody. Justin Gibson, Chula Vista Fire Department, current division chief and fire marshal. The point I'd like to make today is just to simply underscore the previous comments of Larry and Kevin, and specifically related to just me also being a signer of the provided comment letter addressing the California Wildland Urban Interface Code Part 7. Thanks to all what everybody does in this room in the State Fire Marshal's office, and look forward to following the process through.
Thank you. Are there any members of the commission who have comments on this item or questions?
Mr. Chair, just wanted to let the commissioners know that we did receive several comments in writing, but all have been summarized by either the folks in the room or on Zoom, including Bob Raymer, Mr. Reinertson, Mr. Williams, Kevin Scott, Lauren Ross. So those have all been covered.
Thank you. Yes.
My apologies. I can't find those comments from the group that Kevin Reinertson and everybody was involved with. Was that sent to me and I've lost it, which is very possible, but
No, Commissioner Klausbergner, they're in the e-binder under the public comments.
They were stapled to the back of the
Arcland.
Arcland comments. So they're sort of folded in there.
That particular comment is from a group of individuals that says code professionals, I think. Yeah.
thank you.
Any other discussion? Right, if seeing none, we'll turn to items, maybe we'll try and get through item 6G before we take a break for lunch. Do we have any thoughts?
We have ASL folks that will start translating at 1 o'clock.
Oh, so let's keep going till 1?
So it's up to the commissioners how long they want to take for a lunch. And the other thing is that we have the California Building Standards Commission and then ASHPAD, DSA structural safety before we get to the accessibility. So we may need to switch when we get back from lunch if you are taking lunch. So it's up to the commissioners.
What would folks like to do? Do we want to turn to accessibility earlier and while we have the ASL?
Do we have now the ASL? We don't. Till we're back at 1 o'clock.
They come back at 1.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, why don't should we take lunch now and then come back at 1:10?
Yeah.
Or what? I mean, what is 45 minutes enough? Yeah. Okay. Let's do that. Let's take a break. We'll reconvene at 1 and maybe we should do the accessibility one first at 1 o'clock and then turn to the other items.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we need to make a motion on that to change the agenda order? When we get back? If we know that we're
Okay.
going to now.
Do we need to make a motion to change the agenda?
We've done it in the past.
This your first meeting?
Okay, thank
This
you.
your first meeting?
Oh, no, no.
Oh, no. I
Here soon.
who said that was the first meeting? Maybe down here.
Greg, how you
Oh, no.
Doing great.
They're not present. That's what.
I know you're consulting now. It's not too, burdensome, you know? You look good. You look like you lost weight.
Oh, I have.
Yeah.
I'm working part-time for IBHS.
Oh, yeah, you said you weren't, you couldn't vote because you were absent. And that's- That's what it was.
Keeping busy.
Yeah, right.
I'm doing good. I just had a kid.
Oh, congratulations.
Thanks. 4 months ago. Let me see if I can get you, let me see if I can get you a photo. Yeah.
Oh, that'll save your life.
Right. Yeah. here's
Oh,
him.
man, they're so cute at that age.
Yeah, 4
Especially when
months.
you don't kill them. You know.
You know, Kevin,
Yeah.
is there
And, yeah, he's doing good. We're really.
we have a
You know, just really thankful that, he's,
detailed
you know, healthy.
Oh, yeah.
discussion at 1:30?
Hello, my name is Hope. I'm one of the sign language interpreters. Is somebody there?
Hi, Hope. We're on lunch break and everybody's going to return at 1 p.m.
Okay, they told us to check in at 12:45, but we're going to need to be set up and given co-host capabilities and given communication capabilities. I can't do chat. I can't connect with anybody. I have no control of anything the way I'm set up right now.
Okay.
That's why
Maybe someone for BSC.
Hi, Diane. And is that Hope?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, I'm logging back in right now to get you set up, Hope.
Okay, I'm sorry. There was no chat feature, nothing, and
There
I
is no
can't.
chat.
No, I mean, even for me, there was no way to communicate other than just to speak. And so I'm going to need to
Okay.
be like co-host and
All right.
pin and have a question.
We got
Okay,
you.
thank you. Thank you.
We got you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then we have Hope and we have
Mona Jean.
Mona Jean. So is Mona Jean here also? Let me go look.
I don't think she's
Okay, so I don't see Mona Jean yet. So I'm gonna make you co-host so you can pin
Awesome.
yourself.
Cool. And is this just for accessibility, or do you know there's a specific person
It's
using?
just for accessibility.
Got it. Okay, perfect. Okay.
Okay, so I sent you the co-host invite.
Okay. Do I?
And then when I see Mona Jean join, I'll do the same.
Okay.
And then you guys can do the switch back and forth and
Yeah.
pin yourself.
Okay. And and what we'll do is we'll spotlight ourselves when we switch so
Yep.
that we stay there, and then the other one will take the spotlight off, so they'll go off. And then
Perfect.
we'll take care of that for you guys. Okay.
Excellent. Excellent.
Awesome.
Appreciate that.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna remute my room.
Okay. And you said
we'll
I'm
see
co-host
you-
now?
We'll see
Perfect.
you. Yes. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Hope. How can I help you?
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah, I'm good. Oh, sorry.
You're not on mute.
Sorry.
I saw that you had your hand raised.
It must have got hit accidentally. I
Okay.
apologize.
Okay. All right.
Oh, it's Susan will raise her hand.
Okay. And then I don't see Mona Jean yet. So,
Oh,
but
maybe
we have, so I wanted to let you know that we'll probably be restarting a little after one. So just hang out, and once we get going, you'll hear us. Okay.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
I'm here ready.
Okay. Thank you, dear.
Yeah, our check-in time was 12:45. Our dispatch time was
Yes.
12:45. So
Yep.
I don't know where Mona Jean is because she knew that it's that time. So,
All right. Thank you very much.
all right, thanks. Somebody.
Good afternoon, Mona. I just made you co-host so you can spotlight yourself.
Hello,
and
is
Hope-
anyone there?
Yes, ma'am. Is this Mona?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Oh.
Hello, Mona. Can you hear me?
Hey.
Hi, Mona Jean. Can you hear me okay?
Mona, can you hear us talking to you? Mona?
She signed something.
I don't see her either
Okay.
on the screen. I put my camera on so that if I could see her, we could sign to each other.
Right.
I'm going to spotlight me, so I'm now going to not sign or anything.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can hear
Mona.
you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can.
Yes. Can you hear us now? Hello, Mona. Can you hear me? Here, let me put my camera on. Can you see me? Hold on. Mona, can you see me?
I can see you and I can now hear you.
Oh,
Okay,
good.
good. Okay.
Yay.
Finally, I'm like, oh, I saw you pop up, but then I'm like, but you couldn't hear me. And then I popped up and I'm like, you couldn't see me. I'm like, okay. So we're going to do spotlighting each other. And when off, then I will turn my spotlight off, and then you're going to turn your spotlight on, and then and then when we switch, I'll come on, you'll turn yours off. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. I think we're going to get started here in about 5 or 10 minutes. So
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Hope
we're
is
not
gonna
getting
start
started.
first.
Yeah, we took our lunch a little bit after noon. So we will, once you hear us go, then you can start.
Okay. And I'm spotlight, I'm ready. So as soon as you guys start, I will take my video on and I should be up there with who's ever speaking.
Sounds great. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back to this meeting of the California State Building Standards Commission. It is now 1:07 and we're continuing this meeting, and we move the schedule around a little bit to get to items that I know there's a lot of interest in. And while we have for sure an ASL interpreter with us related to item, let's see where we are here. It is 6J. The no 6J or 6I? 6J. Okay, 6J HCD related to accessibility in the following codes: the California Building Code Part 2, California Electrical Code Part 3, California Mechanical Code Part 4, California Plumbing Code Part 5. Should we start with a brief overview as was our tradition? No?
We'll start with HCD.
I thought we were starting with okay.
HCD, take it for sure. Package.
Okay. Sorry. I thought we were going to HCD. Do you want to?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll try to speak slowly here. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Mitchell Baker, Assistant Deputy Director for the Department of Housing and Community Development. Also in attendance are other members of HCD, including our Associate Construction Analyst, Veronica Terdin. As presented at the March 4th Access Code Advisory Committee meeting, and as detailed in HCD's initial statement of reasons available on the Building Standards Commission's website, HCD's proposals in this package do not have an intended change in regulatory effect. They serve solely to clarify, conform, or coordinate language without materially altering the substance or intent of the current code, consistent with the applicable laws. All proposals were approved by the Access Code Advisory Committee. HCD is happy to answer any questions the Commissioners or Building Standards Commission team may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. Before we turn to the public, are there any members of the commission who have any opening comments or questions? If not, are there any folks in the room? Anybody online?
Yes, we have one hand raised. Susan Moe, go ahead.
My comments would be for the DSA package. I don't have any comments specific to HCD's package. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We'll get to that next.
Yeah, if you could lower your hand until then. Thank you. Next, we have Dara Scher.
Thank you, Dara Scher, just for the Rights California. We oppose these changes. We believe they do have substantive effect and will create confusion among the public as to what constitutes public housing, and will end up with people being unaware of what is covered by public housing because they won't know that they're supposed to go look at 11B. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Anyone else online?
There are no other hands raised.
Have we received any comments?
No comments on this item, Mr. Chair.
All right. Any comments from the commission? Seeing none, thank you, HCD. We will now turn to item 6I. with the,
6K.
oh, 6K. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Apologize. 6K, Division of State Architect Access Compliance. With proposed amendments in the California Building Code, Part 2, Chapters 2, 11B, and 35. We'll turn it over to the DSA folks here.
Thank you, Chairperson and Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to answer questions to the Commission regarding our proposals for the 2025 intervening code cycle. As stated earlier, my name is Eric Drever. I am Principal Architect of the Division of the State Architect at headquarters, the Architectural Codes and Policies Unit. With me today, behind me is Ida Clare, State Architect, Benjamin Mattray, far right, Senior Architect, Kirkland Cox, Senior Architect, and immediately to my right is Michelle Davis, our Supervising Architect for Access Compliance. We are pleased to respond to any of the questions. I thought I'd clarify. Oh, I'm speaking much too quickly for your interpreter, aren't I? I will slow down.
Are you?
Bad habit.
They do incredible work, so I don't know.
She is doing incredible work.
I'm fine. You can just go ahead at your normal speed.
Okay.
Just
Thank you.
FYI, when you guys are reading things to slow down.
Perfect. Thank you. I wanted to clarify some of our pre-cycle activities, and we've lost the SL. Perfect. Thank you. In March of 2025, DSA conducted a pre-cycle workshop to receive petitions for code changes. In July of 2025, DSA met with our Access Code Collaborative to go over and receive recommendations from our Access Code Collaborative. There was an additional public workshop in September of 2025, and then March 4th and 5th of 2026, the Code Advisory Committee meeting met where we presented proposals. At each stage of the development, DSA took into consideration the recommendations from each of those member parties and made modifications necessary to the package. The proposals on the 45-day public comment period have some significant changes that were not presented to the Code Advisory Committee. Those changes are directly related to the comments we received during the Code Advisory Committee meeting. And the intent of all of these is to align with Health and Safety Code 18942, either Section A, which is to provide proposals that are clarifying and do not materially alter the intent of the code, or to align with the exception at 18942F, which allows DSA to propose amendments which align with minimum federal accessibility standards, regulations, and laws. We are prepared to respond to any questions today. And with that, I will hand it back to the chairperson.
This is Commissioner Klaus Bruckner. This is by no means my area of expertise, but have you seen the letter from Calbo with their comments and their objections? And could you provide some clarification as to why this is not a substantive change? Where is the confusion between what Calbo is saying and what DSA is saying? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. The response to that would vary depending on which particular item we're talking about. As I mentioned, we are intending to either align with the exception at A, which is intending to not materially alter, or with respect to item F, which allows us to align with minimum federal accessibility standards. We did receive the Calbo letter. They were also present at the Code Advisory Committee meeting and presented similar arguments. It's difficult in the moment, having just received that, I think last week, to respond fully because there are not significant details to the argument presented in the letter. They are just general anecdotal statements. And so we certainly would be open to corresponding with Calbo directly to address any specific concerns, but the letter itself doesn't provide a whole lot of detail. I will say that we believe that in the eyesore of the 45-day public comment period package responds to many of the concerns that Calbo had at the Code Advisory Committee meeting. And a full review of those statements of reasonings may help them fully understand. It's not clear if in the letter, if they did fully review the revised package. As I mentioned, there are some significant changes, certainly at item 16.
Can I ask a question? One of the written comments received says that these proposals were either disapproved or designated for further study by the committee. Can you talk about that or the thought process of DSA rather than working through the committee to then go forward with those? Or
Thank you for the question. Absolutely. DSA is committed to staying true to the code development process. As part of that process, as mentioned, we go through several stages. Our Access Code Collaborative is actually one of those really early stages. For BSC, it's the Code Advisory. Those groups are advisory to the departments making the proposals. And so when we receive those recommendations from the Code Advisory Committee, we take them under consideration, do further analysis, whether that was a recommend of disapproval or whether it was recommended to conduct further study. And in some cases, you'll see in the committee action matrix, there is actually a recommendation to approve where we also disagreed and made further revisions. And so the committee comments are not taken lightly, as evidenced by the significant changes in the revised package, but we still believe that as presented in the 45-day public comment period, these align with AB 130, which is Health and Safety Code 18942, sections A and F.
There are other members of the commission with comments at this time before we hear broader public comment?
I don't know that I have specific comments. Lots of questions, and I think it's a really complicated issue that you guys are dealing with right now, and all the different occupancies that fall under DSA's purview in Chapter 11B, and how you distinguish what UFAS applies to or doesn't apply to. I commend you for the work that you're doing to try and unravel it, because I don't immediately have questions, and I appreciate the public comments that we've gotten and how detailed they are on, either opposing or in support of. So no specific question, but continue to unravel it, make it clearer.
Thank you, Commissioner Raymond.
All right, at this point, do we have comments from anyone in the room? If not, let's turn to online comments.
Our first commenter is Susan Moe.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Moe. I'm an architect, a certified access specialist, a member of the Access Code Advisory Committee, the chair of the Calbo Access Committee, and we discussed at length at our Calbo Access Committee the proposed code changes that were available on the 16th of this month. Our committee members are building officials from San Diego, from Los Angeles, from San Francisco, Santa Clarita. Also, we have a person on the committee who is from the UC system. So at our committee meeting, we went over the documents that are being reviewed today at some length. And we kept our letter, or Calbo kept the letter fairly simple. The letter that the Access Committee, actually, once we put that together, Mike Brinkman, who is the president of Calbo, actually was at the meeting when we discussed some of these changes. And the letter was presented to the Calbo Executive Committee before it went to the Building Standards Commission. So it went through somewhat of a process as we were developing this letter. Some of the concerns that were discussed at our committee meeting were items where some of the issues that are in the HUD 504 regulations related to scoping are not included in this code change proposal. And that's the starting point for the number of units, 5 or more, that have to comply with the HUD 504 standards. There was also some question about the alterations and the difference in the language that uses adjusted construction cost, which is a specific California building code term. And that isn't quite the same as what's in the HUD 504 regulations. HUD uses the term replacement cost, and it has different elements that you consider. Also, for the HUD regulations, it's 75% of the construction replacement cost, as opposed to 50% of the replacement cost that is in UFAS. What I learned in discussions with representatives from HUD, the reason for those changes, the starting point of 5 or more units, and the percentage of the replacement cost was the impact that that would have on small projects, say an infill project where maybe you only have 4 units. And they did not want to have a negative impact and a significant financial impact on those types of developments. And the other reasoning for the 75% rather than 50% when you consider the replacement cost when you're doing an alteration. When I spoke to Rex Pace, who actually recently retired from HUD, but he explained to me that the reasoning behind that was because of older apartment buildings.
1 minute remaining.
And once these provisions became effective, the impact that it would have on those buildings. One of the other issues is the number of washers and dryers that are required to be accessible. So bottom line, those were some of the things, and the Calbo Access Committee looked at this in some depth. I do have a little bit of experience working on some of these housing regulations because I was at DSA for 11 years in access code and policy and headquarters. And I was actually involved back in 2011, 2012, when Chapter 11B was completely rewritten and reformatted to align with the 2010 AD standards. And understand, from the perspective of the Code Advisory Committee, these are the people that will have to do plan review and approval to these adopted regulations. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments.
The next commenter is Dara Scher.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address the commission. Dara Scher, Disability Rights California, a member of the Access Collaborative, and
I apologize, Dara. Go ahead.
With DSA and others for well over a decade. We submitted a letter to the commission explaining the legal basis for our support I have researched this extensively and litigated the legal basis for our support for these proposals. And I think many of the concerns that are being raised arise from a fundamental misconception. These are required minimal federal accessible standards. It appears that I lost some of my time because I was muted when I did my introduction. Anyway, I'll just go to the merits, and at the end, I'll say again, dear Assure Disability Rights California. The federal section, the California states in its codes that California DSA must apply, this is Government Code 12955.1C, if particular federal regulations provide greater protections than state regulations, then those federal standards shall apply. That is the state law. And Section 504 and UFAS are minimum federal requirements that broadly apply to public housing in California. The misunderstanding often arises because people believe that they apply only to a building that specifically gets federal financial assistance. That is not the law. The courts have made it clear that's not the law. It applies to all of the programs and operations of any agency or local government or state government that gets federal financial assistance. And as we know, the state gets federal financial assistance. Almost every local government gets federal financial assistance. All the housing agencies throughout the state get federal financial. So all of their operations, not just the buildings they give federal dollars to, but all of the operations of the state and those agencies are covered by UFAS. Therefore, it is appropriate for DSA to adopt this. It meets the exception of the moratorium because it is necessary to comply with a statutorily required minimum federal accessibility requirement under both state and federal law. And this is addressed in much more detail in our letter, including citations to cases and statutes that make it clear the breadth of Section 504 and UFAS. Therefore, for many reasons, but particularly that, I believe that CalBOR's comments are inappropriate. I also want to address their allegation that there is an enormous federal financial consequence. There is not. These regulations already apply. The obligations to comply with them already exist. All we're doing is saving everybody a lot of time and trouble and money by putting them in one place as required of the state standard. So they are then no longer necessary to go and search in multiple places. They don't need to be plan checked by different departments in every city, which has cost the city of LA mega millions of dollars for failing to apply this approach.
1 minute.
I do agree, we do agree that there are a couple of places where some additional clarification and scoping is appropriate, and we will address those in our 45-day comments. But we strongly disagree with any assertion that these are excluded by the moratorium or the 9-point standards. They are clearly required minimal federal accessibility standards under both federal and state law. And we've litigated this. The courts have agreed with us, and the details are in our letter, and we'll address it further as we go along. Thank you.
The next hand raised is Kendra Mueller.
Good afternoon, everybody. I see
We
my
can hear
picture.
you fine.
Thank you. I see my picture on the screen, but I'm not able to turn on my camera, so just letting you know. My name is Kendra Mueller. I'm an attorney with Disability Rights California, and we are the organization designated by federal and state governments to work on behalf of people with disabilities. My colleague focused on federal Section 504, and I will address ADA 2010 compliance. After serious analysis of each of those specific proposals, we generally support them, and again, we will address each of those in our June 1st CAC 45-day public comment. We believe that DSA's proposals meet the 9-point criteria in Health and Safety Code sections 18930 through 8, as well as ABA 130 moratorium exceptions in Health and Safety Code 18942 A2A and A2F. First, proposals 1.1, 1.2, 3.1 through 3.3, 4.1, 7.1, 19.1, 22.1 through 6, 23.1, 24, 1 through 4, and 25, 1 through 4 are exempt under 18942 A2A because they are technical updates to the existing codes. DSA's items 1-2, 2-1, 3-1, 4.1.1, 13.1, 13.1-1, 15-1, 17-1, and 21-1 are required to bring Chapter 11B into conformity with the 2010 standards. There are 3 California regulations that support this conformity. First, Health and Safety Code sections 18942 A2F exception quotes building standards necessary to align with minimum federal accessibility laws, standards, and regulations, end quote. Second, Government Code section 12955.1C quotes, if particular federal regulations provide greater protections than state regulations, then those federal standards shall apply, end quote. Finally, third, Government Code section 11135 and its implementing regulations clarify that if there is a variation between state or federal anti-discrimination standards, compliance with the greatest level of anti-discrimination
One
law
minute.
is required. As you know, ADA 2010 standards are the minimum federal standards that form the basis for Chapter 11B. Therefore, these changes are necessary for full compliance with the minimum federal standard. Thank you.
There are no other hands raised.
Did we receive any written comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the two, I've already spoken to those, Disability Rights California and CalBO. We received a third comment in writing from constituent Daniel Miller, citing concerns with AB 130 compliance, DSA authority, and the Access Code Advisory Committee recommendations. That is all.
Thank you. Are there any comments from, yes, Ms. Klaas-Fuchner?
Question. There are plenty of federal regulations out there. Does the California code have to absolutely match what's in the federal regulations? Sometimes one is more strict, sometimes the other. You have to meet both. So do we need to bring those regulations from the federal ADA, where the federal ADA criteria is stricter? Do we need to bring them into California when it actually both applies anyways? Does that make sense? Is my maybe for
lots of federal regulations that apply to all sorts of things that don't end up in the California Building Code. But if it is a federal requirement, then it would qualify for one of the exceptions to the AB 130 moratorium. So that's the, I don't know that it's a mandatory inclusion, but it would qualify for an exception. It's my understanding.
If the question is just broad in terms of general federal laws overall, not related to accessibility, or are you asking specifically related to accessibility standards? Okay, so there is California statute which directs us to comply with minimum federal laws, and that's really that's evident in the ISOR, and I'm struggling for the specific reference, but California statute does dictate that DSA adopt the minimum federal standards.
So does that mean we've been out of compliance for 16 years?
Yes.
So why now? Why not during a regular?
Maybe if I could clarify, is actually, so the HUD deeming notice was dated 2014, I believe. And so that clarified HUD's position on section 504, where it differs from the ADA. And so from that point in time, the CBC would have been in non-compliance with those standards.
Other questions from members of the commission? Seeing none.
Chair, we have a hand raised
Okay,
on Zoom again. Is that okay to go back to that? Okay.
please.
Thank you.
May
ahead.
I just use my last 30 seconds to address that most of the state code is definitely a higher standard than federal law. What these codes do are just grab the remaining federal standards that happen to be greater than our state law. So there isn't very many, and I would say state law is, majority the better standard. Both California law clarifies that if whichever one is greater for accessibility, that's what we should use. So these comments only focus on the ones that are greater than state law, which are very few.
Thank you. Any further comments? One more hand raised.
Susan, go ahead.
So is it what should be
I'll make,
used?
Hang
or
on,
what
Susan.
should
Hang
be
on just a second.
duplicated? Oh,
Okay.
Go ahead.
so my question is what should be used or what should be duplicated into our regulations? The laws say, from what I heard, that where there's a difference, you use the most restrictive regulation. That's fine. That is correct. But does it have to be duplicated into the California codes, or can it be just applied as the most restrictive of the two?
Thank you for the question. The challenge with not including it or duplicating it into, and I should say we're not precisely duplicating it. Certainly law has to be interpreted and made specific in regulation, but the reason for including it in regulation is because local building officials, even DSA, cannot enforce a federal law. DSA and local building officials enforce what is in Title 24. So the challenge, and there was reference made to the LA lawsuit, the challenge there explicitly is that the local building official was unable to enforce the HUD Section 504 regulations because it was not in building standards law.
Go ahead, Susan.
I had, like I said, some discussions with Rex Pace and then also John Wodach, who actually was retired from Department of Justice. And he's one of the people that I rely on when I really want to get in-depth information. When I told him what was happening with writing these regulations into the California Building Code, he made me aware that there are over 125 different federal agencies. And he said, how are you going to do a comparison with each one of those federal agencies, like the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Health and Human Services, Department of Education, HUD? How are you going to look at all of those different federal agencies and take a look at which of these different regulations are more restrictive? I mean, even looking at what the U.S. Department of Agriculture, that provides even more funding, or as much funding almost as HUD. You need to take a look at those regulations as well. The other thing to take a look at is the Tax Credit Allocation Committee regulations and the different regulations that they cite that you need to comply with. So even incorporating this, and I can understand the issue, incorporating this into Chapter 11B, as a consultant and all the different housing projects that I look at, I would not rely on just the building code. I advise my clients that these are all the other regulations that need to be considered when you take a look at these housing projects. Thank you.
And we have another hand raised. Go ahead, Dara.
Just briefly, many of the federal agencies either adopt UFAS or not. Many of them, other than HUD, have adopted UFAS, including the Ag Department that you just mentioned. The U.S. Department of Agriculture uses these regulations. What DSA is doing is pulling the most restrictive sections, the most protective of people with disabilities, that are very important for protecting the rights of people with disabilities, and incorporating them here so that they can be enforced by local building officials. Otherwise, they get lost and you end up with the LA situation. I would also note that the state agencies who implement these housing programs have already adopted these. Both HCD programs and TCAC regulations require compliance with UFAS in addition to 11B. So these requirements are already out there. We're just putting them in one place as required by state law and as exempted under the moratorium, because they are minimum federal standards and we want the Building Codes Department to be able to implement them. But the agencies in California who provide this funding have already determined that they are covered by these laws and incorporated them into their regulations. So we need to be consistent with other state agencies in ensuring that we are meeting the most significant federal changes. But that's not to say that there isn't room for a little interpretation, and we'll be commenting, like I said, on a few tweaks on the DSA regs, but clearly the thrust of this is required by state and federal law and is appropriate and will ultimately provide greater user access to the codes and greater enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. There was some comment earlier that the scope of this extends beyond the scope of the federal requirements in terms of unit numbers and extent of a value of a work on the project or on an existing structure. Can you talk about that at all? Did you have a?
We have. So as I mentioned, we did receive the CALBA letter. We've also received a couple other public comments. The two ladies to my right presented at the CASI summit last week, clarified questions, received some questions. We do anticipate the need to make some revisions to the proposal with, at minimum, an additional 15-day public comment period to allow the public time to provide input on those changes. But we believe they're minor at this point. Certainly not taking off the table the potential need for a longer additional public comment period, but we have identified a couple of items. Sue mentioned the issue of 5 or more units. That is one item that we believe we've already been able to identify a potential fix for, but would be doing that in an additional rulemaking cycle.
And one last question. Do you have a sense of how this aligns with what happens in other states? I mean, if there are federal requirements, are these included in the other 49 states building codes?
I should probably let Ida or Michelle start speaking, I've been doing a lot of talking, but to my knowledge, there is no other state regulation that fully implements all of these requirements to the level that California does. And to that end, there is statute that directs California to adopt the most restrictive of the federal requirements.
So other states, of course, don't use the ADA standards as the basis for their accessibility code. So that's a first major difference.
Do no other states or?
No other states, I think, maybe Hawaii, we're not sure. Hawaii has localities that adopt codes separately, so they're not consistent in Hawaii. DSA is not proposing to adopt UFAS. DSA is proposing to adopt those items in HUD's deeming notice that is an equivalency when an entity is also required to meet the ADA standards. So you cannot compare UFAS with our proposals. You must look at the deeming notice. Okay, and there are some differences between those two. Other states, it's a patchwork. We know other states are also getting sued for lack of compliance. We cited the Chicago case, which was a very large case where the city of Chicago was not in compliance, much like the city of Los Angeles. Los Angeles was a much larger case dollars-wise. And, you know, obviously, if you can avoid litigation and non-compliance, it's always better to build things correctly from the start.
So question on that, it is not the intent that the changes would apply to occupancies regulated by 11B. I'm thinking like a motel room that doesn't get any public funding, federal funding. Would there be a distinction in the changes, or would those changes still apply to that occupancy?
No, under Chapter 11B, transient lodging, all hotel, motel rooms are a different section. And part of our proposals is to move housing at a place of education and social service centers, both of which are kind of straddling that line between transient lodging and housing. And we are moving them into the section for housing, but referring back to any transient lodging standards they may need to meet. So we are attempting to clearly delineate for code users what facilities must comply with these requirements.
But places of housing and education could, those rules could apply to them because they could have federal funds there. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about the deeming notice versus the reg itself, or?
I can try. Obviously, I'm not an expert on federal regulations, but in the beginning portion of the deeming notice, HUD specifically says that they are offering this as a path for those entities that are required to comply with both the ADA standards and HUD's regulations. And they say that the deeming note, following the deeming notice, will give an equivalency that HUD will consider compliant. So, you know, if there's a minor difference, then HUD will set that aside and consider that as long as you've followed the deeming notice requirements, that you are accessible and compliant. Is that enough?
Yes.
I'm judging facial expressions, so I'll maybe expand a little bit. So they deemed the ADA as equivalent to the Section 504 UFAS standards, as long as when incorporating the 2010 ADA standards, you also incorporated these additional 12 items, or 12 unless you take definitions off. Some will say 11, some say 12. But they are indicating that the ADA is equivalent for the purposes of implementation of the regulations, as long as you incorporate these 12 items.
So is it the incorporation of the 12 items that is increasing the standard, or?
It doesn't increase the standard. It clarifies what the standard is. And therein lies really the problem that's attempting to be resolved here, is that through building regulations, the minimum standard doesn't exist as indicated in the HUD deeming notice, which is putting housing developers in position, and local jurisdictions like Los Angeles.
Any other questions? Did you want to have any, or you moved up to the table. Did you have anything to? Okay. Okay.
They've done just fine.
They have. All right. Well, thank you very much for your help today in trying to navigate this. And thank you to all the commenters. With that, we will move on to the next.
Chairperson, if I might, I would invite, if any of the commission, as similarly offered to Commissioner Klaus-Buchner, if you have issues or questions that you would like, it's a very complex package. We recognize that. If there are questions that you have, and please forward those to Stoyan, and he will forward those on to us for response.
Thank you.
Thank
for
you.
that. All right, now we'll go back to item G, 6G. California Building Standards Commission. Proposed amendments in the California Administrative Code Part 1 and the California Existing Building Code Part 10. Looks like.
Good afternoon, y'all. Carol Hagler, I'm a code specialist at Building Standards Commission, and I did my My apologies. To extend the acceptance of digital signatures to emergency building standards and other clarifying editorial changes. There's nothing of regulatory impact in our Part 1 proposals, but I can go into more detail if there were questions.
Thank you for that.
My name is Wu Qiang, an associate architect with California Building Standards Commission. Okay. BSC also proposes only one item in 2025 California Existing Building Code in coordination with DSA. The proposed, that is, the section number is 319.2. The proposed change is just editorial in nature and has no regulatory effect. Just clarifying the existing code language, which is currently somewhat awkward and contains incorrect punctuation. So this is my brief overview of the change, and I'll be happy to address any questions about the change.
Thank you for that overview. Sounds immaterial to me. Any questions from any members of the commission, comments? Anybody online, members of the public?
There are no hands raised.
All right. We'll move on to the next item. Thank you so much, both of you. The next item is item H. The Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development. Is that item? Is that the next item?
Yes, it's the Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development's proposals for the Part 2 Building Code Volume 2 and the Part 10 existing building code.
Right.
And I believe.
Oh, do we have Oshpot on the remotely?
We do. I'm Eric Jacobson representing Oshpot. We do have two packages that are out for 45-day. One for Part 2, Volume 2, and we've got about 10 or so amendments. They are all in State Chapter 16A and State Chapter 17A, which is limited to hospitals for us. The other package is for the California existing building code. And I'm sorry. Yeah, the existing building code, Part 10, and they are all State Chapter 3A. And we've got about maybe a handful of amendments there. Again, they are all clarifications. We did go through the Hospital Building Safety Board, which is our public hearing, to make sure that the outreach to the public has occurred and it has been vetted. It is in compliance with AB 130, as there are no new code regulations at all or material amendments. It is all administrative clarification of existing code language. And it is out for 45-day. And we coordinated with the Code Advisory Committee, and so far we have had no comments. And I'll go ahead and turn it back to the commission.
Thank you so much for that overview. Any questions or comments from the commission? Anyone in the audience or online?
There are no hands raised.
All right. Why don't we move on to the next item, which is item 6I? No? Did we do 6I? Did we lose the architect?
I believe the DSA representatives for the Part 1 Administrative Code, Part 2 Building Code, and the Part 10 Existing Building Code might be online. Oh yeah, I see Diane Gould there. She's online.
All right. Thank you. Turn it over to you, Ms. Gould.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Diane Gould. I'm the Principal Structural Engineer with DSA's Headquarters Office, so I'm representing the Division of the State Architect Structural Safety Section. I want to say thank you to the Commission and to the Building Standards staff for coordinating this meeting today. With regard to our, so this agenda item addresses our DSA SS Part 1, Part 2, and Part 10 proposals. So those have been provided to the Commission with today's meeting materials. They're also available online. As indicated in DSA's Statement of Reasons for all three parts, all the proposals we have put forward in these three parts for this intervening cycle seek to clarify, conform, or coordinate changes consistent with the applicable laws and existing code provisions. All of our proposals for these three packages were presented at the February 17th Building, Fire, Other, Structural Design and Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee meeting. And all proposals were approved by the Code Advisory Committee members during that meeting. The proposals are currently out for 45-day public comment period, which commenced April 3rd and concludes on May 18th. With that, DSA is happy to answer any questions the commission or members in attendance may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that overview. Do any members of the commission have any comments or questions? Anybody in the audience? Anyone online?
There are no hands raised.
Have we received any comments? No. All right. Thank you, Ms. Gould. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think that completes all of the agenda item 6 issues. Next on the agenda is item 7, future agenda items. Do any of the commissioners have any items they wish to place on a future agenda?
I don't know that this is necessarily a future agenda item, but I wanted to ask a clarifying question about AB 130, the exception that the changes have to be non-substantive during an intervening code cycle. That just applies to residential unit changes, correct?
This applies to everything.
Everything.
For the intervening code adoption cycle, it applies to everything.
The moratorium applies,
Okay.
the 6-year moratorium applies only to
Correct, yeah.
residential.
Okay, so the idea was that AB 130 was trying to minimize big changes in the intervening cycle.
Correct.
That's great.
And just, I know we've rehashed this a few times, but I mean, it doesn't specifically say non-substantive changes. The wording is a little less clear. It's a little more ambiguous because it states updates limited to clarifying, conforming, or coordinating changes that do not materially alter the substance or intent of existing provisions. So it's not just saying non-substantive, it's some clarifying can also be substantive. And so that there's some gray area there for us to each individually interpret. So
It's subjective.
it's subjective a little bit, yeah.
Are there, yes,
Just quickly, I thought I had a pretty clear understanding of AB 130, but I'm finding out that I don't. I don't know if others feel the same, but is there a resource that I might dive into to give me a better understanding? And I know this is kind of a living thing where when decisions are made, maybe things that we thought are clear are no longer clear, or they're taking on different definitions. Is there a way for us to keep track of, or for me to keep track of what's current, what goes on, and are there any suggestions on how I might follow that?
We issued, so we hit a guidance on the website, which was for local amendments, most likely. And we issued a memo for the state agencies that we, I think, revised once or twice. And what you have in your rebinder about AB 130, it's kind of a mix between these two. And our plan was to put together questions and answers, but and it's still a plan, but I mean, every day we get new issues and we receive more and more questions, and some of them we don't know the answer. So we were trying to make it not that difficult to understand. This is why we went with the changing of regulatory effect. If something changes, then we start researching, and this is what I can recommend for the commissioners. It's a new law. We are trying to understand the intent. I think we're close with the intent, but every day almost new things are popping up, and I'm pointing to Viana if she wants to add something.
Yeah, this is Viana Barbu, counsel for the commission. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of clarity in AB 130, and there's a lack of definitions. And a lot of the interpretation will be fact specific for each regs package, and to the extent that it materially alters the substance or intent of the prior regulations. So unfortunately, it's going to be a factual and case by case basis determination rather than a one size fits all interpretation. That's all I could really give you. And the guidance
I don't know, Kevin, would it be possible, I mean, if you've given or somebody, there was earlier mention of some training that was maybe given to the committees or something or around this. Is it possible to give that to members individually or to share it if it's a deck or? did we
Yeah,
already
it's
get
it's
that?
been shared. It's
Oh,
the guidance
it's the
document. Yeah,
guidance. Oh, it's the exact same.
arrived initially in the form of a memo to the state agencies. Then it was revised and given to the Code Advisory Committee members and then also shared with the commissioners. And just to kind of add to Ms. Barbu and Commissioner Haskins' comments, like, you know, some of the exceptions are clearer than others. But that first one, you know, where like Director Bumbalov said, you know, no change in regulatory effect, the guidance document, you know, that we've provided speaks to that law where it's technical updates to existing code requirements, only extent necessary to effectuate support or facilitate the incorporation or implementation of those existing code requirements. The update shall be limited to clarifying, conforming, or coordinating changes that do not materially alter the substance or intent of the existing code provisions. It's said 3 times. So if it's something new brought in that would have a change in regulatory effect or an economic or fiscal impact, that doesn't really lend itself towards the statutory language, you know, that's like existing. That's why we say the commission interprets this to mean the code changes will result in no change in regulatory effect, no economic or fiscal impact on the regulated community, mostly editorial and non-substantive. These would be allowed during an intervening code cycle or during, you know. So, you know, again, like Bianna said, we've done our best, but we absolutely need to look at it on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other issues for future meeting topics, issues? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Commissioner Klaus Bruckner, motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
All right, Ms. Maida. Did you call a roll? Do we need a? We do.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner, Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin.
Aye.
It's unanimous. With that, this meeting of the California State Building Standards Commission is adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, especially to the team at realize it's a lot of work to do all this.